Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of our conference. We're happy to see you supporting this event. The library has been doing it for the fourth consecutive year under the auspices of the Ministry of Education and Science. I'd like to wish you a good day, fruitful discussions. May this conference be an inspiration to you for new discoveries. I think it can open horizons for new projects. I'd like to wish you new ideas, good discussions for reaching new heights. With this, I'm turning over to the moderator of the first session today, Sofia Zhirubchuk. Good morning, everybody. Let's get started, and just a few housekeeping points. Remember, you can choose the interpretation channels. We've got English and Ukrainian going here. I'd like to thank each and every one of you joining us today. I'd like to thank all of the institutions that have contributed to making this conference possible. I'd like to thank the technical support and the interpretation team. Should you have any questions for the presenters, you're welcome to put them in the chat. There is also a Q&A box. We're gonna take on the questions after all keynote presentations in each session. So today, we're gonna have it from Angela Salatina, the research associate of the Open Media Institute in the UK. So Angelo, you're welcome.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me, right?
Так, чути?
Fantastic. Can you see my slides?
Так, видно.
Yes, can you see them?
Так, видно. Все чудово
Okay,
видно.
fantastic. Just a sec. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. And thank you for inviting me to give a presentation about the work that we have been doing in recent years in our team. I am Angelo Salatino, and I'm a research fellow at the Open University. And today I'm going to talk to you about AI and knowledge graphs for literature analysis. So let's start with a sort of a promise. What is this talk about? So I will start by going through the status quo of AI in literature analysis. Then I'll show how LLMs and knowledge graphs can empower this task. And then I will show the work that we have been doing within our team with regards to the automatical literature generation. And finally, I'll touch a little bit upon ethical considerations and unintended consequences, because we believe that it's important that we are always aware of what can be the other facet of a particular action. So, starting with the problem, we have experienced in the past years, well, in the past decade, if I say 2 decades, really an increase in the number of publications. And here you can see in the bottom right part of the slide a plot that I've taken from the last AI Index 2025 annual report, which shows the number of papers, the increase of number of papers of AI only in the last 10 years, right? It is doubled up. Of course, although all field of science are experiencing the same rate, actually the same kind of trend, but at different rates, but every field of science is actually growing. So what is the problem there? It is that it is becoming harder and harder to navigate such a space, such a deluge of publications. And why this is happening? Well, we can kind of boil down to a few reasons why we are going through such an increase in the number of publications? Well, first of all, it's the manpower, I should say, or human power, to be fair. So there is an increased number of scientists, for sure. AI has impacted a lot the way we conducted science. AI has accelerated the way we run experiments. And lately also how do we write papers. So the whole kind of life cycle has seen a lot of way in which AI could be supportive. Of course, there is also the publish or perish culture. So there is there is this kind of incentive for researchers to publish, and make sure they're always active in the community. Otherwise, you end up perishing. And of course, there is the final, but certainly not least important, which is called the salami publication, which is, rather than publishing substantial or, great milestones of research, there is a tendency of publishing, every bit of it in order to maximize the research outcome. And indeed, there has been a study a few years ago that although the number of papers grows exponentially, the number of ideas measured in terms of unique phrases of appearing in the article title has grown only linearly. So what happens is that the number of applications is growing exponentially, whereas the number of ideas is only growing linearly. So there is this kind of misplacement between the two things. Nonetheless, all these combined effects are leading to a deluge of published content, and as researchers, we must face the challenge of navigating such a vastity of literature. So now I will show a bit more about the status quo of using AI for generating literature review. So the tasks are simply does not have a proper definition, and that's why we can find, I will show you a little bit later, we can find several variations of this task. But in general, one can kind of approximate it to, we have a research a topic or a question, or we have a bunch of papers, and then there is a sort of machinery that does something magic, let's say. And then at the end of this, there is a piece of text, and that can differ a lot. It can be a summary, can be a literature review that we intend in computer science, or it can be a literature review that is intended in other fields, because every field, we have seen that every field produces their own way of, every community has their own way of developing their literature review. So this is how challenging can be this task. So we have been looking into the literature, what can be. We have done an extensive review. We have surveyed all the tools that could be that are available in the literature for supporting us researchers in doing literature review. And this can be split in two macro categories. The the first one is tools that are based on traditional AI techniques like Abstract, Colander, Covidence, EpiReviewer, and many of them that are available in the box on the left. Those ones were actually developed for another purpose, which was the systematic literature review, which is a little bit has got its own protocol. It's a bit complex, laborious, time-consuming, expensive task to do. So that's why that kind of area emerged to support people to do systematic literature review. But nonetheless, people that want to do literature review, which are not definitely completely systematic, can still use these tools. And then there is the other category, which is based on GenAI techniques. Here I'm mentioning just a few of them. Of course, with LLMs, many of them emerged in the past few years. But there are only these two categories. One issue that we observed by testing those technologies is that they lack the structure and the presentation style that that literature review that researchers create or write. So these tools are missing that structure and presentation styles from the normal literature review that we write as scientists. So although the tools are there, they're not there yet. So we have kind of analyze a little bit the stages of a literature review. It consists of 6 phases: planning, search, screening, data extraction and synthesis, quality assessment, and reporting. So, you have a planning, you have a research question, research topic, then you have a search, you go on Scopus or Go Scholar. Screening, it allows you to define which papers are relevant or irrelevant based on the inclusion or exclusion criteria. Then you have data extraction and synthesis, in which you extract all the sentences that are really relevant for your task or for your review. And then you have a quality assessment to check that everything fulfills the quality requirements. And then you have the reporting phase, which is writing the manuscript. What we observed is that traditional AI literature review tools are excellent at the first 3 stages. They are very good in searching through APIs to Scopus, and also a screening phase, so they support researchers in marking what is relevant, what is irrelevant, and so on, because they were developed again for the systematic literature review. And the systematic word implies that you need to be very systematic in the way you perform the research, in the way you perform the screening. So that's why they were really good in this phase. Then LLMs arrived, and they are very good instead at producing text. They produce cogent summaries. They hallucinate a little bit and there, and I'm sure all of you tried at some point and realized that the citations that the LLMs were able to come up were fairly inaccurate or not existent. So we have this kind of double facet of the world: AI system versus LLM. They are good at some point at certain things, and the others are good at certain other things. However, in recent years, we must say that LLM became a little bit better in kind of expanding their capabilities towards other phases as well. So, things are improving over time. Now, what knowledge graph can do for us? Well, first of all, what are knowledge graphs? Well, they are a way of representing data in a very structured format. Okay, you can think of databases as simple tables, and you have all the information organized in tables. For knowledge graph, the kind of concepts are a little bit disrupted. You have graph at center of the information, in which you have nodes that represent the minimum or the atomic level of information, and all this information is linked to each other. So when you develop query, you need to make sure that you are mapping the right pattern on how to retrieve this information. But apart from this, what this knowledge graph actually contain, and scientific knowledge graph, what they contain, because scientific knowledge graphs are actually tailored for scientific content, where they contain actors, authors, organizations, document, publication patterns, research knowledge, for example, topic, task, technologies, and also could be role of sentences of paper, for example, description, gap, limitations. There are a lot of initiatives out there. Some of them are limited, or I shall say, do have a different scope. Let's say they focus on metadata only. For example, they represent us as a researcher or papers, a number of citations. Some other go a little bit, they dive a little bit deeper, like ORKG, into the content of the scientific paper. And that becomes a little bit more exciting, because you can start developing agents on how you can reuse this type of information. Anyway, so AI and scientific knowledge graphs are there. Let's see how we can what we have done. So we have developed, thanks to the work of one of our PhD students, we have developed a framework. So an AI framework to automatically generate literature review that integrates information from multiple sources and exploits the characterization of scientific concepts and research questions. The way it works is that we developed a framework that organizes or classifies sentences. So it does not text as a whole, but it goes into the single sentences and looks exactly what is the type of sentences that are there. So then it creates a literature review knowledge graph, and then based on the capabilities of LLM, is able to kind of create more human-like literature review, comparing and contrasting things, looking at topics, and so on. So they are better than current system that relies simply on summaries. So this is actually the great contribution of this work, because we looked into the literature what could be schemas that could help us represent sentences. And what we realized is that all these schemas were falling short because they were developed for human annotation. For example, the most famous one is from Ku et al. And that kind of schema would not fill or fulfill the purpose of an AI. So that's why we had to develop our own schema. So we introduced 7 categories. Of course, we took inspiration from the other categories that are available in the literature. What we did, we kind of we took some papers, we annotated them, and we took inspiration from the way the protocol that Ku et al. Had for coming up with the schema, and we came up with our own one. And here we have overall and research topic that are ways of classifying sentences that pertain topics. So, at the beginning of a literature review, you have a topic description and a research gap, and that's how you classify. And then you have sentences that instead pertain to a study level, what is being cited. It's a description, it's a result, limitation, extension. And then, of course, to avoid that, yeah, the LLM or the AI is forced to classify one of them, we introduced another class, which is other. So how does it work, this framework? Well, we start from a bunch of papers. We parse the PDF using Grovid. We create the knowledge graph from those papers, in which we extract all sentences and all the information, all the references as well. And then we classify all the sentences according to these categories that I just mentioned to you. And then basically we have an LLM-based literature review generation kind of block that takes this knowledge graph, and it has got a very complex prompt, a sort of a workflow prompt in a way, that looks at the different sentences and tries to create comparisons and tries to suggest to look at the gap more at a broader level, rather than it providing gap for each paper. It kind of summarizes them and provides a very interesting narrative. Now, just because I want to close it up, this is the last leg of my talk. I want to slightly touch upon some ethical considerations and unintended consequences. Here, there is an approximative life cycle of developing research papers, for example. It's very approximative, so please. So there is the existing literature, then there is an AI tool that does ingestion, then there is an AI output, that there is manuscript preparation, and then of course that feedback into the existing literature. So there is this kind of loop. However, this is very utopian because this is, first of all, it's very minimal, but apart from that, there are external factors that are at play. For example, there are misaligned incentives. Like I mentioned to you before, there is the publish or perish pressure, or for example, people that are incentivized to publish a lot of papers or paper mills, or fabricated data, just because they want to gather more citations, because they are evaluated according to these parameters. All these parameters create bad incentives, so they tend to pollute science. So we have bogus papers. And indeed, there is a whole discipline which is called forensic scientometrics, which is hunting those people, hunting those papers, and making sure that we kind of establish a bit of sanity. But don't get me wrong, it's not that a lot of science is that. There is a very minimal fraction. However, we have this kind of perception that science should be perfect, and whatever we do, every fact that we use, it's correct and we trust it, right? However, with this kind of phenomenon, we cannot do that anymore. We need to be always conscious that we need to verify all the time. And then, of course, AI, it's also leading to the erosion of the critical thinking, or the increased trust in AI. People are becoming over-reliant on AI, and this is coming from the latest report that the European Commission just published, I think a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I don't remember exactly. So this is another interesting phenomenon. So this could eventually, kind of reinforce a little bit more the pollution of science, because if we are taking AI is ingesting bogus paper, then the output will be flawed, will be itself kind of not correct, right? And then basically because we are trusting that kind of output, it goes back into science even creating this vicious cycle of bad science. So this is a kind of my take here is that we definitely need. I wish I could provide a more in-depth conversation about this, but in general, we need certainly better policies on how we assess researchers. There are several initiatives like the DORA, COARA, in which many institutions are already taking, they're already kind of taking, they're reusing it, they're using it, they are kind of joining these initiatives. We need to train researchers, and this is a journey that I particularly took on. I developed a small course that I'm giving into my university to train early career researchers to make a little bit more aware of what are the unintended consequences in order to, what is the effect, to try to improve the research culture. So the idea is that we should cut those links, those external factors, and try to make science a little bit better than what it is today. So in general, just to conclude, just because I feel I am a little bit over time, um, um, literature analysis, it keeps improving daily with AI. And we started with traditional AI tools for systematic literature review. Then LLMs arrived. They had some hiccups throughout the way, but now they're getting better and better. Scientific knowledge graph can definitely improve the way we interact with those. However, I want to leave this call with two open questions. What can we do to automatically filter, flag, and mitigate the ingestion of fabricated research by AI literature analysis tools? And how can the interface and output of AI literature tools be designed to promote researchers' critical thinking rather than simply checking the box, I have done the literature review? So that is the kind of open question that I want to leave here. And here are some references for you, for the curious reader that want to know a little bit more about the research that we are conducting. And that's everything from my side. Thank you. And I'm open for comments and questions.
Thank you very much for this talk. I will definitely have a question or two, but we're gonna take all of the questions at the end of the session. With this, we're gonna have it from Raul Palmo, representing Poznan Center. He will speak about the eAsk services to enable fair principles and open science. Do we have Raul? Maybe not right now. We'll see. Maybe he will join us later. So let's have it from Peter Knott, representing Head of Core. It's about AI in the research life cycle. Okay, Peter, I can see you are with us online.
Yes, I'm with you. Thank you very much. Sorry, I just didn't expect this to be so quick, so apologies for this. 1 second, and I will be ready. Okay. I just wanted to check, do you see my...
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I guess Raul has experienced some technical difficulties.
No worries.
But thank you for being around.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for inviting me to this conference. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. Also, from the perspective that 7 of the 16 members of the Core Connecting Repositories team, which I have the privilege to lead, are actually from Ukraine. So this is a conference that is very close to my heart. Core connecting repositories. So I'm a professor of data science at the Open University. 15 years ago, I started Core connecting repositories, which is an open scholarly infrastructure created by researchers for researchers. And as you know, we have a very close collaboration with people from Ukraine. In fact, this photo shows us working on the 31st of January 2022, very close to Khreshchatyk in central Kiev, on Core and on making open access content more available to the to the world. My talk will be about overview of Core and how it supports the scholarly community first, and then the second part I want to give you some examples of the research that my group is conducting in processing scientific documents with artificial intelligence, which either Core conducts or which enables others, or which we enable others to conduct. So that's the plan basically, and let's see how it goes. Okay, let me start with the overview. So Core's mission is to index open access content, open access research worldwide, and deliver unrestricted access to all of us. We are here to support and advance the open access movement, but we're also here to make sure and that we enable others to text and data mine all of this research literature. So it's more than just a searchable database. It is a database that allows other people to interact with, build their own applications on top of it. We're a comprehensive bibliographic database. We're trying to be as comprehensive as possible. We're not-for-profit, community-governed scholarly infrastructures. We're also adopters of the principles of open scholarly infrastructure. If you're interested in the amount of content that we've got in Core, then this sort of map tells you approximately that we've got about 400 million metadata records in Core, aggregated from over 13,000 data providers. There's about 100 million plus abstracts within the Core database, with 42 million full text hosted directly in Core, and many million, hundreds million estimated links to free-to-read full text in approximately 90 languages. So you can see that the database is not just metadata, it's both metadata, full text content, abstracts, so perfect for mining. And what I would say is an underlying principle for us as an open scholarly infrastructure is that we're not here, as opposed to many of the other databases that just take the content and then they basically somehow sell the solutions back to the scholarly community. We are not like that. We are giving, and our underlying principle is to giving back to the community to achieve maximum interoperability. So what you will do is if you are a repository manager, you will see us working very closely, co-developing with the repositories community, making sure that their repositories are interoperable, making sure that content can be accessed, not just for the benefit of us, but for the benefit of everyone. So how Core helps data providers? This is just a very quick summary. We try to increase the discoverability of the open access content. We support open access compliance by developing various kinds of tools, and we are contributing to making content machine readable. And we're doing it through a range of services that we're making available to the world via Core. So they can be divided into several groups: Core Discovery, content discovery, so which includes services like the Core Search Recommender and the Discovery plugin; raw data services, which effectively offers the services that are about accessing the data for further analysis of others. And then we have a very important tool, which is called the Core Repository Dashboard, which is a tool for the data providers. I would say that the tool is very similar to something like Google Search Console or Google Webmaster Tools, but for repositories. So it is a tool that enables a repository to understand and see how well their content is indexed, what they can do, and it also provides a range of business intelligence kind of statistics and information that allows repositories to run actively and provide good information for their own institutions. We also provide some specific services for persistent identifiers within the repositories, community specifically identifiers that help and that are completely free of charge and that help people to link papers directly to their representations in repositories. And it has very high comprehensiveness. I forgot to mention that within the repository dashboard, there are a range of tools like things to support open access, fair compliance, metadata enrichment, duplicates detection, and so on. If you're interested if you're running a repository and you're interested in one of these tools, then do let me know, and basically I will put you in touch with our team who can give you a demo. I wanted to very quickly mention that we are currently facing a huge problem as a society on the internet with access to open access information stored in open repositories. The problem is related to the fact that many repositories are unable to keep up with the load posed by AI agents on top of the repositories, basically, because whenever someone types in a query into the likes of ChatGPT or other large language models, very often this triggers effectively machine searches on the repository's infrastructure. And there are so many of them that repositories are no longer able to cope with it. In fact, we conducted a survey of our members, and only 20% of our members say that they are still allowing unrestricted access to all AI bots or all bots to their own repository systems, which is very strange, and it constitutes a huge problem because we are now living in a society where these LLMs are trained on the likes of Reddit and various kinds of public content, but actually they cannot always utilize fully the open access or even any scientific literature because in many cases they don't have access. We're trying to mitigate those problems. We're working with some of those partners, but most importantly, we are here to support the data providers. So we are working very closely with them. We're trying to understand how we can help in this space and how we can offer, for instance, to offload their traffic basically, and how we can give them some advice on how best to manage the current situation, because it is in the interest of every one of us that large language models provide trustworthy information and that they can be used for fighting rather than spreading misinformation. These are some of the services that that Core offers for accessing the content of scientific documents, basically, if you need programmatic access. There's not much to explain here. API provides real-time machine access, dataset allows you to download the database, FastSync allows you to download and receive generally frequent updates to the content. And all of these services have been used, and this makes me really happy, in a very wide range of use cases spanning from plagiarism detection, misinformation detection, research graphs generation, compliance monitoring, drug discovery, and so forth. And that is, I think, absolutely amazing. And this is part of our mission to make content available to others for their own use cases. One particular aspect which I would like to highlight about the core data model is that we distinguish between outputs and research works. What's the difference? Research outputs are specific outputs which we find in research repositories. They could be papers, they could be data sets, and so forth. But sometimes there are multiple outputs. For instance, a preprint is originally available in a preprint repository, then later becomes available in a specific institutional repository, and then later becomes available as a version of record on a publisher's website. We have technology that binds these together into something which we call a work, which is a meta entity which we create automatically by deduplicating our work. And we are quite, not every bibliographic database does this. Okay, how we work for us is as important as what we do. We are trying to work very much close, hands-on with the repositories community, and repositories part of our course governance. So we have a community governance principles where the repositories that are supporting and sustaining members of core actually participate in our governance, and they influence our development roadmap. We are developing tools for the repositories community. So if you are running a repository, then you would be able to see in the core dashboard tools that can enhance your experience and hopefully could streamline the work that a lot of repository managers need to do, so that you spend less time doing the hard work, and hopefully there are savings as well to the institution that you're working for. We're also supporting repositories in interoperability, as I said before, not for the benefit just of us, but for the benefit of the whole ecosystem. Anyone after us can come and benefit from the OAI PMH fixes, basically, that Core helps to deliver across the sector. And also for us, I would say collaboration with others is incredibly important. We're actively participating and working with the Confederation for Open Access Repositories. We're working on developing new metadata standards for repositories like REOX. We are supporting national repository networks. For instance, the United States Repositories Network has been supported by Core, and we're very active in the UK, supporting the UK Core community, which effectively gathers UK repositories. And so that leads me to the second part of my talk, which will be a little bit faster. What I want to mention here is that the importance of research literature cannot be understated, basically. All parts of the research workflow, in my opinion, are going to change over the next 10 years due to AI. And this will have a tremendous influence on things like, or things start spanning from literature reviews to the way we conduct experiments, to the way we discover things, to the way we conduct reviews, and so forth. An absolutely essential thing in order for this to be able to happen, whether we like it or not, is actually machine access to research corpora. If we don't have good machine access to research corpora, then we cannot make this a reality. And we're in this very strange situation where basically open access content is much more ready for this, for supporting AI than actually, and this sort of revolution in which we can expect an exponential discovery in an exponential streamlining of discoveries, basically, which would have a very positive, hopefully, impact on the human race. Because the subscription contents and the subscription providers are making it very, very hard for people to text mine the subscription and the so-called reputable content. So the sort of reputable content is actually less accessible, and it's less, and will become in the future, less impactful than the open access content. And that, I think, could be one of the really important tipping points for the community. A few examples of what Core is doing with the research papers from our team. We have done a paper called Core GPT 2 years ago, which basically conducts question answering over the entirety of the Core database. And this works in a way that you can ask a question, and then our system finds candidate research papers based on which it can answer the question, and then it delivers a result together with citations to scientific literature. Another example of what we're doing with AI to support institutions is a Sustainable Development Goals detection tool. So we have built a new machine learning model which allows us basically to very quickly and at scales of millions of documents, so much faster than any LLM can do, to classify research papers into the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And we have done some testing with other existing models showing that our model delivers the best possible performance, basically. And we then can deliver dashboards which tell institutions how they are doing in terms of which sustainable development goals they support, which they do not, and we can then see and help advise the leadership at those institutions on what are the strengths of those institutions and in which areas. We are also working very closely on a project which I happen to be the coordinator of, called SOFARE. This project is addressing the issue of reusability and reproducibility of research, basically, and also the issue of credit for research software creation. What we're effectively doing is that we're developing technology that can automatically find mentions of software within manuscripts of academic papers. And we've got millions of manuscripts, so we can scan millions of manuscripts for mentions of software. And when we find this software, we try to we have some technology that helps to that allows the authors to be identified basically and take ownership of that software, get this software registered as a metadata record within a repository, and get this also archived so for future generations, so that we always preserve the link between the metadata record or the manuscript and the research software. In many cases, the fact that this linkage between manuscripts and research software doesn't exist, this is one of the key causes of the reproducibility crisis, because people can't reproduce if they can't even find the source code. We have also received some funding from the Microsoft's Open Data campaign to improve the global understanding of content, of open access content around the world. And we're conducting currently, and we're in the second year of our project, where we're assessing the amount of open access literature around the world. And I think this is a commitment for us to demonstrate that basically CORE has the highest possible coverage around the world for open access documents. We're also supporting a range of activities of others. For instance, at the Erasmus University of Rotterdam, we're supporting a project which delivers the first large language model for social sciences and humanities. And at the TIB, we are supporting and powering the ORKG Ask tool. So we also support the work of others, and we are very passionate about this. We also want to work with others always, and therefore, if you are interested in CORE and you are a researcher and you would like to test your tools, or you're developing something on top of the research literature, you need access, you would like to trial something in a live system, do get in touch with us, and maybe you can become part of our CORE researchers community. And I would like to conclude with something that is very close to my heart. There is, I think, at this point in time, a need to strike some sort of a balance between open access and digital sovereignty. Let me explain a little bit what I mean about this. Sharing of, I think open access is unconditional. We need open access. But then the question is, if the nations that, producing research is very expensive, and very often technology, which is originally expected to be done and created for civil use, is actually sometimes used for military use. This is very dangerous, and it means that basically those who invest in developing new technology are not always adequately compensated basically for it, because that sort of innovation can, in many situations, get into the wrong hands. I am questioning myself what this means about when we talk about various kinds of rogue regimes that might live and might exist east of Ukraine, and what this means for us, and how can we make sure that actually those kinds of innovations don't get into the wrong hands and are not weaponized against those who actually create those innovations. And I think we need to be very clever and careful about this, and we need to find new ways on how we manage this sort of access. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for allowing me to be here, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much for this beautiful presentation. I'm gonna have questions later. Right now, I can see Raul is back. So Raul, let's have it from you now. You're welcome.
Yes, hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Так, вас чути?
Yes, okay. So I'm just a little bit confused about the timing. I'm sorry about that. I thought that it was 10:20 presentation. I can start in a few minutes. I will just get to the office where I can share my screen. Give me 1 minute and I will be there. Okay, just give me 1 second. Right. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Так, видно.
Okay. All right. So, let me put it. Probably you don't see that. Okay.
Так, повноекранний режим.
Okay. Perfect. So, yeah, I will talk to you a little bit about the European Open Science Cloud and how the services from these initiatives can be used to implement and to adopt open science principles. So for those of you that do not know about European Open Science Cloud or EOSC, its goal is to set up a web of fair data and services for science in Europe. It provides a multidisciplinary environment where researchers from many different ecosystems and fields can publish, can find, and reuse data that is fair, as well as other research outputs, tools, and services in order to help them to carry out their tasks more efficiently. So EOSC is based on existing infrastructure and services. It brings these resources together in a federation that is called the EOS Federation that follows a systems approach, adding value by aggregating content and enabling services to be used together. So I'm pretty sure that you are all in the same line. What is FAIR, which stands for findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So that's one of the main goals of EOSC. So in order to realize the vision of EOSC, the federation is composed of a set of nodes. The first of such nodes is called the EOSC EU node that is promoted and financed by the Commission. And that is going to be complemented by different national, regional, and thematic nodes. So there were 13 identified in the first wave. And just to give you an idea, the EOSC EU node has been contracted in 3 lots. 2 of these lots are coordinated by my organization, Poznan Supercomputing and Networking Center. So this gives you a bit of an idea how the architecture of a node looks like. So the node has some core capabilities like AI, help desk, service monitoring, etc. And then there is something that is called the new node resources, which include both generic capabilities like data transfer, notebooks, etc., and some research resources that are specific for a particular domain or application. So, and these, for example, are the virtual research environments. So what we are interested in fact is how the EOSC can allow us, for example, to build such a virtual research environment to support scientists in particular domains. So just also to understand a little bit on that, a virtual research environment has multiple definitions, but in general, it's a set of online tools that facilitates or enhance the research process, allows for collaboration, and enables the users to collect, manipulate, and manage data. And there are many different interpretations, and also, in different continents, they are called differently. So like science gateways or virtual laboratories. But in general, a virtual research environment provides some of these capabilities, like collaboration and communication, data discovery and access, data storage, metadata management, data processing, computational resources, sharing of results, visualization, etc. So how EOSC allow us to build such an environment? In order to do that, let's take a look again a bit on how scientists usually work. So this is an example coming from the earth science community, which is a community that I collaborate very closely over the years. So in general, these communities are handling different software and methods for processing, for modeling, etc. They are, of course, using data that is coming from many different sources. It can be remote sensing data, in situ data, etc. Obviously, they need some computing facilities to carry out the experimentation, the analysis. After that, carrying out these experiments, they come up with some results. That means papers, publications, presentations, etc. And the whole process is, requiring some collaboration. So at the end of this, process, what is that motivates these scientists to follow the fair and open science principle? In general, at the end of the day, they need mechanisms to manage all of these resources, the data, the methods, and other resources that could enhance visibility of the scientific breakthroughs, encourage reuse, and foster a broader accessibility. So these like three main steps like search, find and access, reproducibility and reuse, publish and cite. So this is where the research objects, it's a kind of initiative and abstraction that we came up many years ago, can be used as a key building block to create this virtual research environment in EOSC. The research object is basically a rich metadata object that can be used to account, describe, and share everything about your research, including how things are connected to each other. So imagine all of these resources that we was just talking about a minute before. In general, each of these objects are typically stored and managed in different repositories, in different places. For example, you have your software in GitHub, models in SWS, presentation in SlideShare, articles in PubMed, etc. So each object has its own metadata, but also they are in the different repositories. So what the research object is doing is trying to provide like an integrated view over all of these fragmented resources through the use of permanent identifiers and metadata. The research object itself is like this box that you can see, right? Like the box that putting together all of these elements. It doesn't mean that you need to move these elements inside the box, but it just means that you are able to point and identify all of these resources. Obviously, the research object itself also has its own metadata and can be managed by its own right as well. Internally, the research object looks like this. You have like a metadata file, which includes structured metadata about the research object and the content. And inside the research object content, you have many different types of resources, like you see image file, directory of data, links to web resources, software, etc. So all of this is managed using a linked data approach and can be packaged in zip in different formats, like zip, Backit, and others. And there is a big community behind the specification of research object. And there is, the website that you can go to have a bit more information about this is www.researchobjects.com. So how the research object is this key enabler? The research object basically allows us to move from only FAIR data to something that is more complete, that is called the FAIR digital object. The FAIR digital object is a key concept of the European Open Science Cloud. It's part of the interoperability framework and provides the basis to enable the implementation of a fair web of data and services. So the ArrowCrate, or the research object, which its latest specification is called ArrowCrate, provides a straightforward implementation of a fair digital object. And then you have, of course, the technology behind that to manage those objects. And in our case, this is called ArrowHub. And this is a holistic solution for the management of research objects, implement natively the research object model and paradigm, and the latest specification, which is ArrowCrate, as I mentioned before, as the default mechanisms to exchange research objects. Obviously, we support different stakeholders, and this application or platform provides a backbone to many different services and tools across different communities. But the most important is that it already integrates many services from EOSC to deliver a rich virtual research environment in order to support the adoption of open science principles. So, of course, I cannot give you like a in detail tour of RoHub, but just give you an idea of some of the main added value services in RoHub. These are research object services, include, for example, semantic enrichment that extract metadata from the content of the research object. This is used for recommendation, also for comprehension analysis, impact information, evolution management, and quality assessment that includes completeness and fairness. But on top of that, the Research Object Hub connects to many other services in EOSC, as I mentioned before. This includes AI, this includes Jupyter Notebooks environments, Binder environments. I don't know if you are familiar with that. It's just the environment where you can reproduce the whole computing environment with the dependencies that are necessary to reproduce your, for example, computational methods that are in some Jupyter Notebook, but also connect to services like Zenodo, B2Share, or B2Drop as a user space, Argos for the management of DMPs, data management services as well, and also the EOSC resource catalog, which is based on the OpenAIRE graph that allows all the research objects to be discoverable in European Open Science Cloud. So this gives you like a very high level idea, very simple, of course, how these services can be used to provide this virtual research environment. So imagine that you have a scientist that is working with her team in some climate change research under the atmospheric perspective. So they need, of course, some collaboration. Then they go to the European Open Science Cloud Marketplace. They found the resources that are relevant to their research. And one of those resources is a research object from another researcher. They open this research object in the ArrowHub platform. They see that it includes some notebooks that can be used to analyze the data. So they can execute directly from RoHub this notebook, open it in a Jupyter Live environment from the EOSC on European Open Science Cloud. They execute, they make some changes. She also can reuse some data cubes for Earth observation data to explore data provided by the Copernicus program. And then they say the results in a research object. But in order to do that, they need to do kind of extension or continuation of this found research. And in order to do that, they make like a kind of a fork. It's following the same code paradigm. So they make a fork of the original research object. They do all the changes there. So aggregate, the modified notebook, the references to new data cubes, and then save this research object in the ArrowHub. Eventually, of course, this research object will also become available in the EOSC catalog. So then obviously Anne invites her colleagues to contribute. So everybody can involve and provide their inputs into the research object, and the platform will keep track of the provenance of the contributions, and they can be even notified when the research object is modified. And they can obviously, before publishing, make sure that they are following all the FAIR principles. So there is a fairness assessment tool that allows them to check, how complete or how in alignment with the principles they are, and how they can improve the fairness of the research object. And at the end, once the research object is ready, they make a release with a DOI and publish it in Zenodo, B2Share, or other platform, making also available in the EOSC catalog so others can reuse in the future. So at the end of the day, as a summary of this work is the ArrowCrates, the ArrowHub platforms allows you to find research work, access and reproduce it, reuse in a new research, collaborate, assess quality, and publishing, leveraging different EOSC services. And that's from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raul. Caroline Sutton will be our next presenter. Editorial corrections and reviewing. Let's have it.
Thank you, Sophia. I'm just getting up my slides for you. Just one moment. I'm hoping I'm going to be sharing the correct screen here. I believe so. So please shout if this isn't the correct screen.
Так, чудово видно.
Thank you so much for this invitation. And before I proceed into it, I just want to acknowledge that the privilege that I have to be sitting safely here in Norway today. I know this is a privilege that many Ukrainians do not share with me right now. And indeed, President Zelensky was here in Norway just yesterday, which was a reminder to all of us here in Norway that this is something that still needs to be at the forefront of our minds. And so the fact that this conference is progressing is truly a tribute to the perseverance of the Ukrainian people, and I really appreciate you for that. So on to my presentation, and I know you've wanted me to talk about research integrity and peer review, which I will get to, but because you also gave me a little bit of free range in what I could talk about, I'm going to be talking more broadly as well about how we advance open and trusted research at scale in an AI world. And in that, I will talk about research integrity. So I promise I'll come back to that. Just very quickly, for those who might not know what STM is, or for those who think they know what we are, but we've changed quite a lot in recent years. So STM is the Global Association for Academic and Professional Publishers, covering all subject areas, but also of all shapes and sizes. So we have for-profit, nonprofit, corporate, privately owned, university presses, societies, and even some who are individually publishing, 1 or 2, 10 journals. So there's quite a range in our membership. We currently have just over 160 members. We're just processing right now those that'll take us over the line there from over 20 countries. And our members collectively publish somewhere in the neighborhood of 66, but it's probably more over 70%, I think now with our growing membership of the journal articles that are out there, as well as tens of thousands of monographs and reference works every year. Now, as STM, our mission is to advance trusted research. And so currently we're doing that through 4 strategic areas of activity where we have committees. So one is research integrity. So I'll be coming back to that. Second is social responsibility. So we heard a little bit earlier about SDGs. So we've got quite a bit of work around SDGs, but also accessibility. Equally, we are currently working on a protocol for responding when there are critical emergency situations in the world. So that might be because of a new pandemic, but equally, this is about times of war. And how do we continue to provide access to those who become affected? So currently, for example, for Ukraine, we work together with the International Science Council in the early days, and through our Research for Life collaboration with the WHO have made content available. We're looking at creating a more permanent protocol around these things. We also have a committee on open research, and then finally one on standards and technology. And alongside that, AI emerged. And so we've also have 4 work streams around AI. And we didn't end up doing a committee on AI simply because AI is becoming like the internet, right? You wouldn't have a committee on the internet because the internet is in everything. And that's kind of what's happening with AI. And I'll talk a bit about this. It's now infused with everything. And so we don't have a committee on that, but we do have work streams. Before I go into the presentation, I also want to say just a few words about my own background as an open science advocate. And I want to do this because I'm going to be posing some critical questions. And I want to ensure that, so this slide isn't about bragging about my background, but it's more, I want you to understand that I've been involved deeply in open access and open science for over 2 decades now. I've been working in this space before many of those who today are working in this space were active. I was pushing for policies before governments were wanting to talk about this or funders. But I'm going to pose some critical questions because I've been there since the start. I've been doing a lot of reflecting about, we didn't see AI coming. There were other things we didn't see coming. So how do we want to progress if we truly still want to, as I want to pose on this next slide, if what we seek is to achieve trusted research at scale, and I hope that everyone agrees, I just want to say open research alone is not enough. It is a part, but it is not enough alone. And so if this conference is also about innovation, and I think in the last few speakers that I had an opportunity to listen to are really talking about some of that innovation that's going to help contribute here as well. So this is my kind of reflection, as I say, having been in this space for so long. In arguing for open research, we tend to adopt a naive view of information that assumes that more information leads to truth, better solutions, and better outcomes. Essentially, if only we could access information, this would solve all the world's problems, right? But let me tell you, if I could wave a magic wand tomorrow and make all of the climate change research open access and freely available, and all the data and everything else connected to it, I think we all know that alone wouldn't change things, right? And so we've got to ask ourselves, okay, what more is needed, right? Because I feel that there have been times over these past couple of decades that we think about we're working to achieve open for simply the sake of open, but we've really got to think to ourselves, what is it we want to achieve? Now, I'm going to jump into some critical questions, but before I do that, I would just be remiss if I didn't mention our STM open access dashboard. There's been some talk previously as well about monitoring of open uptake. This dashboard tracks quite a few things. And so the link is there. You can play with this. And I encourage you to do so. We're seeing a lot of uptake and use of this in government reports and various things globally. So we've just recently updated this with 2024 data. So let me go back to thinking about open research in this new world that we're encountering. And I want to talk about 3 points of intersection that I think help us to understand the challenges of achieving open and trusted research at scale. So one is around open research and accessibility, which I'll talk briefly about because I'm going to spend most of the time talking about open research and AI and open research and research integrity. Now, let me just add that Peter Knott in the session, or one of the speakers in this session, at the very end of his presentation, started to talk about things that I would classify as research security or national security interests that are also impacting. And I too think that that is a critical set of questions, which I'm not addressing here today, but which we as STM just had our annual conference in Frankfurt, and the topic of that was science diplomacy. And it was precisely with these research security issues as a backdrop, because we see that this is really starting to intersect in many, many ways. So I think that's an interesting topic for later discussion. So let me just talk a little bit here then about open research and accessibility. I think that one of the things that we talked about in the early days was if we just make it open, then this information is going to find its way to the policymakers and business people and everybody who do wonderful and wise things on the basis of that information. But we're now living, as I think Yuval Noah Harari has described in his book Nexus, just a flood of information. And this is why we're needing new tools to start to sort some things for us, right? Because how is it that the right individuals can find the information they need when they need it? And how can we enable responsible curation to support accessibility, right? And I think that that's some of the questions that some of the previous speakers were also talking about. So we've come from just kind of making stuff open to really thinking about these deeper questions. Another is to participate in that scientific or scholarly conversation. A prerequisite is that you have a basic understanding of what you're reading. And I truly do not want to be condescending. I think that on the surface is a condescending comment. But I think it's really important of asking ourselves, how can we better support the understanding of the scientific process? Because we saw, for example, during COVID, that this has shifted to some questioning of science because this understanding of the process of science, of questioning what's come before it, and that this is a natural process and this is embedded in the ethos of how we operate. We need to better help folks understand that probably. And then I also want to ask, escaping that paywall, of course, is a first step in access. But are we thinking about other accessibility challenges? So, for example, the visually impaired, low bandwidth areas, and what steps can we take to ensure that content is truly accessible And in that, I want to just note one resource center that we have stood up as STM. We have an accessibility resource center for publishers. So if you're a publisher online and you're thinking about how do I get started in making my content more accessible for the visually impaired, we've put together a host of resources on this link here. And I'll share my slides after because I've got various links here. So as I turn to AI, I also want to just mention that we as the academic publishing community, I think what's been very interesting in this moment is STM's members are both those who have the content that large language models want to train on, but equally many of them are themselves developing AI tools, in part to support some of the processes like research integrity checks and submission processes, et cetera, but equally AI tools that are about discoverability. And so many of our members have a foot kind of in both areas, which means we are really deeply thinking about how do we embrace this, because we think AI is absolutely going to be critical to solving some of these big global scale problems that we face as a planet today. But at the same time, we want to champion a vision of truthful, responsible, and reliable AI systems at scale. And we want to make sure that we live in a world with AI systems that respect that ethos of science. And I feel like I need to put in a plug here because I'm going to say a little bit later too about how do we hold AI systems accountable. And I truly do think that copyright and licensing are critical for that, because if you can't just come in and do whatever you want and mine everything without having to ask permission or having anybody say, yes, we'll allow that, but you have to follow these principles, this is where we can't hold people accountable. And so in our arguing, this is where copyright and licensing become really, really important tools. And I have to admit that I think this is something that I didn't fully grasp or foresee in those early days of OA. So as we begin to look at, so I'm just checking the time to make sure I'm not running over. As we think about open access and we think about AI, for me, I think it's really important to just step back and just remind ourselves again of some of those really important cornerstones of scientific communication. How we achieve these aims is going to change with innovation and technology. So this isn't about the how, but my point is we just have to, as we move forward, we've got to remain conscious of how do we build these cornerstones into those innovations and technologies. Or if we're not the ones building them, how do we hold those who are building them also accountable to this so that we really protect that ethos, that central component of science and how it's, and by science, I mean also social sciences and humanities. How do we protect that? So we know research is cumulative. Research is a self-correcting system. It's not dogmatic. And again, this is one of the things that has been perhaps not fully comprehended as we've talked about things like a pandemic and how advice by experts is shifting, right? Second is attribution. Now, attribution, hugely important. So I thought it was really good to hear in the Research Objects Hub, the RO Hub, about how it's also looking to look at the provenance of those contributions, right? Because part of it is giving credit where credit is due. And that can be important in terms of if someone's seeking a patent, because researchers sometimes are seeking a patent. But crucially, this is also about the genealogy of knowledge and attributing key points in the development of knowledge, right? Because if you give me a response, if I ask a question and you give me a scientific, supposedly scientific response, yes, there is a causal relationship between A and B. I need to know, how did you arrive at that answer? I need to be able to see that tree of knowledge. In particular, if I want to interrogate that, challenge it, take it forward, we need to see that, right? Third, verification. This is really essential. If the research community is going to be able to base new work upon a sound foundation of trustworthy knowledge, and if the public is going to have trust in the institution of research, that research is basing its information and its findings on that sound platform, or that the public can also access sound information and know what sound information is, even if that may be developing over time. That verification is absolutely crucial. And finally, global conversation, and this has been touched upon, and certainly is also something that we see as a challenge in these times where research security, national security interests are also bubbling up. We know knowledge evolves through dialogue and engagement with the literature and with those research objects. And it's about debate and it's about testing theories and models. And so we've got to ensure that we're still able to do that. So with that in mind, let me just talk about that intersection between open access and AI. And there's many more questions than this we could ask. But again, for the interest of time, I'm going to just talk about these things. Again, I was already talking about research being cumulative. I think there are some questions around licensing and is that compatible with AI and with protecting those cornerstones that I still talked about? What does attribution in an AI world look like? And again, how can we enforce AI so that it is respecting that ethos of science? We want open research. We aim for it to make it easier for researchers and the general public to engage with the scientific record. But we also need to be thinking about, okay, but how is AI potentially disrupting that? And how do we therefore keep it going? And again, I talked about the trust in outputs, so I won't delve into that. It's also with open research, we now have multiple versions of an existing article, right? Articles are no longer tethered to one central place. In my mind, this does make the permanent scholarly record important. And we need to be asking ourselves as well, what version is that AI training on? We know corrections do happen for very good reasons sometimes, often, always, to the version of record. And so if those aren't flowing through to all these other versions, what is AI training on? And could it be incorrect information? Science and scholarship has been built on the principle that it is self-correcting. And we want to make sure that we're uncovering errors. So we do need to think about what does that mean in this AI world and how might AI undermine it or could lead purposefully or not purposefully spreading misinformation or incorrect information. So what mechanisms do we need to have so we can prevent this? And then finally, I think that when we argue for open research, we tend to assume these noble uses of the reuse of it by other researchers. But we have to be very, very honest about the world we live in today. This is not a world of rainbows and unicorns, but we do have very large tech involved today. And they may not have interests that are simply about spreading good information and providing that. And so, I think we do need to think about those guardrails. So let me now move on to research integrity for the last 5 minutes of my talk, because this again comes back to what you truly asked me to talk about. I think that on the one hand, too, we need to bear in mind there's a lot of talk that if things are just open, it'll make it easier for us to discover both honest errors and intentional misconduct. And yet, what's really interesting, we have more open access than ever before, but we're also seeing a massive rise in research integrity issues. And in part, this is because we now have AI tools that are so sophisticated that they can fake data, they can fake papers, they can fake images. And when you put all of that together, this becomes hugely problematic, right? So we really need to think about what practices we need to introduce so that open research can also help to lead to swift corrections. But also, we've got to bear in mind that we think if we just open up more and more of these items, that becomes even more that work for the publishers, for editors, for peer reviewers, for anyone who needs to review and ensure that verification of content, right? So at a time when we know that researchers are already overtaxed with their time, we are pressed for finding peer reviewers, there may be more that needs to be reviewed. So obviously some of the tools and technology are going to need to help support that, but we're always going to need a human oversight of it. And then finally, you'll see on my screen, I've been talking to you about replicability of research results. But again, AI tools are driving this increase in integrity issues. So we need to think about that. So I just want to share with you some hope. The STM and the publisher community are coming together. We have several white papers. So already in 2021, we had developed a paper on AI ethics and scholarly communication and thinking about the various ways in which publishers are engaged and connect with AI. And in 2023, we had a white paper on ethical and practical guidelines for the use of Gen AI in the publication process. We've now followed up on that. So I really want to share this very quickly to share with you. We've now come out with recommendations for classification of AI use in academic manuscript preparation. And this is a set of tools that we hope publishers will begin using. And it's very simple. It's only, I think, 5 pages long, if I recall. There's a 2-3 pages or so of some background. And then there's a 9-line table of recommended classifications of AI activities. So I do encourage you to take a look at this. But also, because these tools are becoming so sophisticated in actually faking research outputs, we're now needing to look at actually trust markers around the research outputs. So one of the places we're starting on is identity. So taking some inspiration from the finance industry, right? They have become very sophisticated so that if you're accessing your account, we truly know you are who you say you are. This is what we need to get to in publishing as well. And so we had a paper in March 2025 where we've gathered some input now on precisely this, the central role of digital identity in research integrity. And we're now working to update that and to think about tools that we're going to develop collectively for checking this. And that brings me to my final bit, which is we have our Research Integrity Hub, which under STM, we have a technical arm that is building collective tools that are available to publishers of all shapes and sizes. And indeed, we have publishers participating that are not currently STM members. And this is a product that's built for fraud detection. And it's supported by a collaborative community that's working to enhance its precision. So all of those who are using it are also feeding back to us. It's given a minimal screening tool so that you can send submissions through this tool to detect potential integrity issues. That will always be up to the publisher to then go and check this and make a judgment. And we also emphasize that this is combining technical solutions, AI solutions, with human intervention and oversight. Because in all of this, we need to remember that technological tools cannot have accountability for decisions. Humans can. And so we need to be thinking in all of these about where does accountability lie. And one of the things in all of this that publishers do take accountability for is the correctness of the record that they are publishing in that permanent scholarly record. And this is why they also take accountability for research integrity breaches and investigating those and in correcting that final record. And so also as we develop these tools for screening content, at the moment it's been submitted, there too we need to think about who's accountable, therefore, for making a decision about does this look like it should pass through to further peer review or not. So all of this is about upholding research integrity. It's about, as I say, empowering publishers of all kinds. And it's also about enabling rapid responses. So what we've seen is as new integrity issues emerge, where we think there's a possibility of addressing this together, because there is no competitive advantage at being the best in discovering research integrity issues. We as a publishing community are no stronger than our weakest link. So we want everyone to be strong in this. And so we're able then to enable rapid responses to these emerging issues because we have folks bringing that to our attention and working together. And it means we can do scalable solutions in this space. Apologies if I'm speaking quickly. I'm thinking of my original timing, but I realize I've just been speaking for 10 minutes, but I'm hoping to get all of you on scale here. So finally, I just want to say, as we monitor the expansion of open research and the innovation that will support this, we must consider how we can build trust in science and scientific outputs and what more we need to do so the right information can be used by the right people to create good outcomes. And with that, I want to say once again, thank you so much for having me. And I'll be here doing the Q&A. So thank you. And I hope that I didn't run over my time. I'm handing this back to you and stopping my sharing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think there might be questions about that. So let's have it from the next presenter, Irina Tikhankova, representing Clarivate. She'll speak about changes in the publishing strategy in Ukraine based on Web of Science data. Hello, I'm sorry I haven't been able to be with you from the very start. I was attending a webinar on open access and now I'm with you. So it's an open access week, so there is a lot of interesting stuff happening here and there. So thank you for this opportunity anyways. So here is something to wake you up, guys. What do you think is the phrase, sentence behind it? It's time is money. And that's really what it's all about. If you think of the word open, like open science, what is that? Is that free science or limitless science, carefree, effortless science? When you speak at a conference on the second day, you might skip some of the slides because that's what colleagues have spoken about before, like what is open science, what are the matrices, challenges, declarations, and all. And we can now look at certain things more carefully. As Paracelse said, everything is poison, it's just a matter of a dose. These are the open access items. I will not go through all of them. Back in 23, it was not like that, but now open access is going places. DORA, the open access declaration, says that you don't need to use the indicators based on journals, like compact factor. Those are surrogate indicators of research articles as you assess contributions from a particular researcher. Clarivate agrees with that. We seek to support the integrity of research records. We are in favor of fair research, and all indicators that are based on journals that should not be used to evaluate the efficiency of individual records or researchers. Maybe it's a kind of agony or ecstasy. I'm speaking of the impact factor. But Eugene Garfield chose this title for his piece back in 2005. There's a need to correctly use an impact factor. And Garfield came up with an impact factor in his well-known article in Science back in 1955. And then based on that matrix, they created the index citation of science, and later on, it underpinned the Web of Science. An impact factor is like a nuclear energy. It can be used for good purposes and bad purposes, and that's how it happens. Clarivate never called for use an impact factor to evaluate a particular researcher. It has never been their way. A Leiden Declaration carries 10 principles. It says there is a need to think of regional research, you gotta have new quality matrices. Not all of the matrices that I used are good enough. We keep improving the matrices. There are new products coming around. If you think of the impact from regional science, there are some regional indices on the Web of Science, Chinese, Korean, Latin American, Arabic ones. There was even Russian metrics. But later on, Clarivate decided to stop that initiative. There are new matrices coming up, and we can see it. Yesterday, I was looking for the original wording of the Leiden Declaration. It is published in Science, and it's not open access, but how come we are promoting open science everywhere, but we get published in closed editions? In the website of the Leiden Declaration, there is a video which says that data really matter. The data quality matters in science assessment, but very often it's a matter of money as well. In your budget, there should be some money for that. A quality assessment of any research or science is impossible without funding. Open science is not for free. Barcelona Declaration on Open Research Information is an evidence of that. In the website of this declaration, you get a weird feeling. They say that there are closed databases, Globe of Science, Scopus. They offer metadata, but there are limits in using them. Indicators and analytical stuff based on those databases, like statistics of publications and citations, and that stuff is not transparent. It's not reproducible. Clarivate offered some elucidations saying that transparency is the cornerstone of the organization. We offer the community the ability to make decisions, and the editorial screening policy can be found online. You will be able to see why we cherry-picked a particular journal and why do we screen others off. All of the matrices and calculations, all of those are open access protocols. There are new indicators coming around. There's a need to use them responsibly. If you can't find any, you're welcome to follow the reference or link to the selection procedures. You gotta use the matrices correctly. And if need be, all of this can be found. What is OpenAlex and why do we have to mention that? The Barcelona Declaration is an alternative to Scopus and Web of Science. It stems from open research. They used data from Microsoft Academic Graph before it was gone. It's more than 250 million, even more now. 250,000 sources, 90 million authors with various names, 100,000 institutions. Well, that number of institutions is not realistically existing in the world. So there are issues with identifying institutions and authors. An institution might carry a number of names. The names might change, they might be incorrect. And same is true of authors. Is OpenAlex really free? Well, there is a free module, but for more intensive use, you still have to subscribe. So the development and progress of OpenAlex depends on revenues they're going to get from paid subscribers. So at the end of the day, this science is not for free. you can get a lot of things for free at the end of the way. There is somebody who has spent their time getting something done, and they have to be paid for that. Nature magazine, 2021, they published more than 3,000 records. We can see that in OpenAlex. And there's a 30 items difference somehow. Nature not only carries scientific articles, they also carry editorial notes and materials, a lot of stuff. OpenAlex says that you get 3,151 articles. So let's think of the matrices that are used there. It is important for them that we use a certain way of comparing articles to articles, editorial notes to editorial notes. In this setting, it's not going to be possible. It's going to skew the existing matrices. In Crossref, you take the data, an article from the journal. There's information about authors and institutions. In Web of Science, you get this too. In Crossref, there's no information about affiliation of the original author. Why? In Crossref, you don't have to share the updates on institutions and authors. There's no affiliation to the original author, and that might be a question to the journal. Now, a link to the presentation by Matthias Guess yesterday. Open access movement. Many institutions abandon the use of Web of Science. Start in 2026, Utrecht University will abandon it, but what's going to be used instead? They suggest using Scopus, it's a paid database, and they also suggest something else. It's not open access, it's not a movement that way. They suggest using Google Academy. We know the data might be incorrect there. OpenAlex is another option. The Lens, well, OpenAlex is better than the Lens. And whose fault is that? Authors, I don't think so. They offer all information. A journal is not supposed to transfer all the data. A journal is supposed to make sure that their website carries respective data. Crossref, they accept the data that you get out there, and they make sure that there's a stable DOI. The library got as much information as they could. There might be somebody offering the use of free data, but sometimes the quality of those might be questionable. What are the solutions? You gotta hire somebody verifying the data, making the updates across open sources. That sounds good, but let's see how many institutions you get out there, how many publications get produced, and how much time it will take. Will there be any saving, and will that improve access to some data? All manipulations, well, they are galore, like Salami publications, incorrect citations, hidden citations, whatever. So non-bona fide people are doing everything they can to up their indicators. And you can find all of that in Crossref. Crossref relies on academic probity, integrity. That's the way it works. I think we need to work on integrity more and more. It's not just about doing the workshops. We need to detect the breaches of integrity and punish the culprits. But we can't go against the Goodhart law. If we're going to have a metrics, no matter how good it is, pretty often it's no longer be that good. If it affects some rewards, the Goodhart law is there and you can't do anything about it. No honey, no money. So it's a selective content that allows to do a meticulous assessment. in 2022 through 2025, you would have 20% of open publication. Over the last couple of years, under Barcelona Declaration, has been 40%. In Ukraine, since 2002, it was 26% in open access. Over the last year and a half, about 55. That looks great. But what's the price of that? Many publishers supported the country and they did not pay for publications for Ukraine researchers. That's appreciated. So let's see which open access editions carried most of the articles. Amazon, Investiga, because of some breaches of integrity, they stopped their initiative. Let's look at the insights based on Web of Science publications. There are 80 indicators all in all. Ukraine in 2024-2025, 20,000 publications. Among them, 60% are open access, 43% are closed access, just as many as in the UK. Formalized indicators are below the world's average. In the UK, they are above the world's average. So a high percentage of open access publications does not guarantee a wide recognition. If your publication is open, then you stand a better chance that it's going to be read. But what matters most is the quality of the publication. And that's what we have to keep our focus on. In China, 60% of publications are closed, but their indicator is above the world's average. So you gotta be focused on the publication quality. Speaking of open access, you need to remember that there's a business model behind it. Every cent will go back to the edition. You might pay for a subscription, you might pay for an access to publication. In Elsevier, it is 3,088 journals, 932 are open access. A few years back, it was 500. So more and more are getting open access. APC 52, more than $7,000 per article. Last time around, it was 10,000 maximum. So I can see there has been a dwindle. So let's see how many publications are published in open access in this country and how much would that cost if it were published in 2024 without assistance from journals. The payment for publication comes from correspondent author. My colleague Nathan has made a video lately in order to calculate the cost of transformation agreements. Publishers suggest that universities do not pay for access to journals. They instead can pay some money, which can be used to do publications in the open access. So is that really a benefit? Through insights, you can collect information about your institution and do the assessment. And then you can use OpenAlex to see how much it's going to cost. So here's the 2024 data set. Open access, golden, and hybrid. Author is responsible for communication with Ukraine. Then there's a script. 4,978 records have been obtained. OpenAlex found a pay for publication only for 3,176 records, and it's $2.5 million US. That was just for 63% of what has been found. If you think of the same pay per article, then it's going to be about $4 million. That's the value of open access. Certainly, typically money comes from the grantor, but not always. Through insights, we can calculate the portion of these works that were under a grant or not, and then that's going to give you an idea of the budget you need for that. While speaking of open science, we need to understand that low-quality preprints might be used to promote suspicious political purposes. Low-quality prints and allegedly reviewed articles might be used to spread disinformation. There are lots of non-bona fide journals. All of that leads back to particular business models. Leslie McIntosh says that manipulations in science is nothing new, but it becomes increasingly complicated, and sometimes it is hidden by the systems that are supposed to promote integrity. Open science was promoting transparency for the sake of better trust, but there is no guarantee that certain works or people behind them are trustworthy. The system seeks to improve scientific integrity and it hides manipulations. You cannot 100% rely on the open access. Sometimes it is even unsafe. Any revolution based on existing declarations is conceived by romantics. It is carried out by fanatics, and the fruits are used by scumbags. Okay, there are webinars that we do where we address all of that in more detail, just to keep the colleagues and researchers from non-bona fide practices. Next week, we're going to be discussing a new open access data
Yes, sorry, I'm with you, but the question, if there was a question on me, it wasn't translated to English, so I don't know what the question was, basically.
Okay, I try to translate it. What is main technical barrier could be for the integration of national and institutional repository to the core?
So there's no barrier, basically. So we encourage every repository to basically be indexed by core. There are multiple ways how repositories can achieve it, but a very simple way is if a repository is not in core, and we are really trying to and scan for repositories on a daily basis. But if you are not in core, you can come to our website. There's a registration form, and we will index you. So get in touch with us. And yeah, let's start the conversation and the journey.
Thank you. One more question. It goes in addition to the first one. How does CORE address the quality of metadata? There are repositories in this country where the data is incomplete. It is duplicated among various repositories. So how can CORE ensure the quality of metadata?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a wonderful question. So we don't assume ownership of the metadata in any way. And so we accept, basically, we have some minimum standards, basically, but they are fairly low for what kind of metadata can get into core. It needs to have an OAI identifier. It needs to have a title. The paper needs to have a title and needs to have, I think, at least one field, like one additional field, like authors or something. And the repository must provide at least access to at least one full text, basically. So if that's fulfilled, then we will accept the repositories. A lot of the repositories, what we see in core is that the quality of the metadata differs quite significantly. And we see this part of our role, the improvement of the metadata or helping institutions to improve the quality of the metadata is part of something that we want to encourage. So when the repository gets later access to the core repository dashboard, what will happen is that the dashboard helps them to understand the areas where their metadata might be patchy, where they might be missing identifiers or different kinds of things. And if they work with the dashboard, our hope is that they will be able to make their collections more discoverable and they will be able to improve the quality of the metadata. Quality of metadata is not there's not like it's a process, and we need to accept that metadata is never perfect.
Okay, thank you. Did you ever collaborate with the national platforms like our National Repository of Academic Texts? Did you ever consider working with them, cooperating with them?
Is this also a question for me? Because I'm not sure I fully understand.
Yeah, that's a question for you too.
Can it be please rephrased, basically? I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
А про яку платформу йшлось? Well, we've got a National Repository of Academic Texts.
Yes.
Do you know of this platform? Did you consider cooperating with that?
So in core we've got, as of today, I checked and we have 14,000 data providers basically. So I need to admit I don't know every single one of them, and I just will never do basically. But we are very interested in more data providers using core, of course. Yeah, of course, like we are open. We are not exclusive in any way. Any platform that supports the basic protocols like OAI PMH and that provides open access content can be part of core and should be part of core. So absolutely, it's we welcome everyone, and then it's up to institutions what sort of role they want to play in core. Do they want to just be indexed? And that's absolutely fine. Do they want to become starting members? Do they want to become supporting or sustaining members of core and take an active role? We don't determine your journey. Basically, it's up to you to drive it, but we are here to serve.
Okay, thank you. There is a question for Caroline Fepton. Caroline, what are the key barriers for publishers as they switch to open access, and which models do you think are the most promising in this?
Thank you for that question. I have no clear answer for that in terms of there being just one answer, because what I think that we found as the publishers are now moving towards open access on greater scale, and we certainly see now that over 50% of the content is being published, the version of record, as open access, that different publishers are adopting different business models. So in some sense, we've created a messier world with open access. But if you are a very large publisher that's covering many, many different subject areas, there are certain models that might work better for you. Contra, if you are a smaller publisher only working in a specific area. There is a difference if you're only publishing mathematical content. Contra, again, maybe all sorts of different subject areas. So I wouldn't say that there's one model that is the most promising, though, because of the scale of some of the larger publishers, what our OA dashboard shows is that the transformative agreements or the read and publish agreements have been what has been truly driving a lot of the growth in open access content in recent years. But that's not to say that we aren't seeing a rise in my STM members anyway. A number of them in the mid to small category are adopting Subscribe to Open. We also see some members who are looking at other ways of coming up with what in the early days of open access, we had some like membership agreements, right? That you had with institutions. So it's almost like those were too early then, but I see some of the publishers going back and rethinking, okay, how might we have those agreements with institutions? Because of course, the work publishers do isn't free, so it needs to be compensated in some way. So we've got to find this array of models. So I'm quite certain that there are still business models and approaches out there that have yet to be discovered that we're going to see emerging, and that we haven't fully landed on one just yet. So yeah, so I think the challenge is really just finding that model that's going to ensure that those publishers can continue to do the good work that they've been doing. And this has been particularly challenging for our medium-sized and smaller publishers. It's been particularly challenging for some of our society publishers that are really important in terms of that diversity in the publishing landscape. But I think the good news is there is a multiplicity of models that have been emerging, and there is a real experimentation right now with these different models. So and tracking how they're working. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to that.
Okay, thank you. And there's one more question for you, Caroline. How can publishers effectively interact with national libraries and research institutions? Speaking of Ukraine, just to increase the visibility of Ukrainian research outputs in the world.
I think in multiple ways, to be quite frank, and we do that. I know that many of my members engage directly, but I'm always thinking too as a wider community how we could engage. So for example, we do quite a bit of work here in Europe, but there is an opportunity for me, for example, to bring together first just a couple members of my team, perhaps to meet with the ministry here in Ukraine and to have a deeper conversation about that and to find out what data might be useful, and to kind of discuss these opportunities. And second, I also, because of the membership I have, I'm also able to bring together a delegation so that we can have a kind of sharing of thoughts. So I think that is a real opportunity here to have a further conversation. I wouldn't want to one hand, like from one side, define this is what we should do or this is how to do it, because I think those good ideas come from having that exchange about what is important for Ukraine. Where are things right now? How do we make that more visible? Particularly in this moment where I know that that's going to be incredibly important for Ukraine when the conflict that's taking place right now ends, and things are resolved, because we know that there's going to be a tremendous job in supporting bringing that research back to where it needs to be, and making that visible. So I would welcome a further conversation is my short answer to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So maybe after this conference, I'm gonna write a letter. I can see somebody from the ministry in the chat. Maybe we could start a dialogue going involving our scientific libraries and other relevant institutions. We get involved the ministry as well. So yeah, it's a good conversation that we should have, I guess. All righty. And the last question for now, it is for Angelo Salatino. He spoke of ethical things, publish or perish model. So there is a need to get published, and that affects the ethical nature of research and the quality of that. Is that true?
Yes, there is potentially a link in thanks for the question. There is a potential link between the need for publishing and the quality, because eventually, as I discussed in the presentation I gave earlier, if you tend to publish a lot, typically you end up splitting your work, and although that necessarily affect the quality, because of course the quality of the work, but I guess that So publish and perish. Yes, it can, because in a way it can incentivize people to find shortcuts on staying on the publishing side. So they will try to use, there is evidence, I'm not, there is evidence of people trying to rely on shortcuts to continue publishing, because eventually the fact that people are publishing counts as productivity. And there are solutions out there. There are third-party companies like Paper Mills that offer people to publish for a fee. You appear as an author, and of course, because we are also, I mean, people that are career-led, and want to advance in their career, and they're measured according to the number of citations or number of publications they publish, uh, they might put at strain, they might decide at some point to use, for example, fabricated data, and the quality of the work can definitely be affected by that. So there is a potential link into that.
Thank you for your answer, and thank you all. Thank you, all of the panelists of this first panel today. Further questions are also welcome, and we're going to share them with the presenters in due course. With this, we're going to take a break till 12:20 Kiev time. At 12:20, we're going to resume, and my colleague Anastasia will be moderating the next panel. We're going to discuss the copyright in the open science epoch. So I'll see you at 12:20. Welcome back to our conference. We're into the panel 5, Copyright in the Open Science Epoch. There are 4 presentations, 20 minutes per presentation. Q&A will follow all of the keynote presentations. You're welcome to put your comments in the chat or in the Q&A box. So let's start with the first presenter, Irina Kuchma, licensing Creative Commons in research. There is an International Open Access Week in progress. Who does our knowledge belong to? That's one of the subjects. I think it has a lot in common with Creative Commons licensing. It's related to copyright, and it is something that allows users to do something with the content in advance. And that content will be licensed accordingly. There are various types of licenses. So there might be questions, which licenses are better than others and what's the difference? I pretty much like this slide. It carries various types of licenses in Creative Commons. One of them is the one that allows users to reuse everything if there is a reference to author. And if certain modifications to the content have been duly tagged. There's a license that you get from Wikipedia, for example, and it allows to circulate original works based on the same license that underpins original works. One more license prohibits the creation of original pieces. Another license prohibits the commercial use of works or pieces. And there are 2 more licenses that prohibit the commercial application, and they demand that original works be circulated based on conditions of the license. And one more license prohibits the commercial use and the creation of original works. So the one on top is the one that offers most of the liberties, and the one in the bottom is the most restrictive one. I looked through the LANS database, which carries updates on patents and research publications. And I have been able to choose all of the research publications that you can get in this database. I looked at the licenses behind them in open access. And I can see certain works where the license is actually unknown. And those are typically the cases where access to the content is free. There are no clear conditions under which this content can be used. Then there is a CC BY license that offers a lot of freedom to use. So based on the LANS database, the works that carry certain licenses from Creative Commons are typically circulating under the Creative Commons license, where there is an indication of authorship. If you look at the Ukrainian journals that you get in the Open Access Directories, you get 455 of them. 318 are based on the open license, which indicates authorship. If you think of using the licenses in the context of publications in journals, open access journals, then we can take a closer look at how arrangements are made on the copyright for the sake of making a publication, because this thing is not the only thing relevant to the copyright. When an author submits their piece, a manuscript, to the journal, it's also a matter of contracts with the publisher. In open book publishers, I like the blog post. Licenses are needed in order to clearly indicate how one can use or reuse a particular piece. If there is no such license, then even if there is free access, open access, still every use is under the copyright, and you have to have the author's permit in order to use it. Creative Commons licenses that indicate authorship are the ones that are offering a lot of freedom. If you use them, then authors in advance allow the creation of subsequent pieces, and a typical example of that is translations. And it can also be used for commercial purposes without requesting an extra go ahead from the author or the owner. If a license is more restrictive, then reuse may only be possible under the conditions that the license carries. Other types of usage have to be taken up with the title holder. And here you get an interesting thing. When authors sign a contract with a journal for a publication, in the best case scenario, the authors retain the right of ownership, but the publisher gets a license to publish the piece. It may be a book, for example, or a journal. If you sign a contract with a publisher to do a publication within the most restrictive license, which was there at the bottom of my list, where authorship has to be indicated and only non-commercial use is allowed and no subsequent pieces can be built on that. So in that setting, you as an author take it all up with the publisher. If you sign a publication contract with the publisher and do not indicate that all cases of commercial usage or other usage have to be taken up with you in advance, then in that case, automatically, the commercial usage of your piece will totally depend on the publisher, not you. So you forbid the commercial use and the creation of subsequent pieces, but if you do not sign a publication agreement with the publisher, then the decision on the commercial use rests with the publisher. It's not you who's going to be deciding on that in that case. And that has to be duly considered. I like a free license with the indication of authorship. I'm not saying everybody should like that one. So every time you have to carefully go through the conditions you sign up for with the publisher. Commercial use might still be allowed, but not by you, by the publisher. Sometimes it gets complicated, so authors have to be knowledgeable about the copyright and what that entails. But on the positive side, open book publishers offer certain safeguards for authors. If you sign a contract, they help you see which contract should be made between the publisher and the author of books. And the author should retain all of the rights to make all of the decisions relevant to the further usage. I guess those are useful tips. There's a guidebook of a kind, License of Creative Commons for Scholarly Publications and Educational Resources. It has been developed by Dutch representatives of the Science Foundation. That foundation requires that you use the most open version of the license, indicating an author. University Association contributed to that. They also recommend the most open licenses, and the National Dutch Library, 77,000 views, 12,000 downloads. Well, all of that suggests that this is a useful paper. It's well worked, well crafted. It carries a number of concise bullet points, so I think it would be a good idea to get it translated into Ukrainian. I earlier spoke about the most open licenses. If those are used, then an author allows to distribute the complete text of the piece among students, co-workers. They can copy the text for the sake of indexation and in-depth analysis for commercial and non-commercial purposes. It would be possible to download the complete text into the repository. You can get it translated into other languages. You can modify charts, images, and whatever, and they can be reproduced in new publications. And that's the license that is required by Horizon Europe, the European Commission, because it allows to make the best possible use of the innovative potential of the content that you get in research publications. Should there be any concerns about this most open license and you feel like using more restrictive licenses, then you're going to make sure that you're not going to let the author solely decide on other types of use. So you as an author will still be the one who makes final decisions on that. It is often believed that if you use the most open license from Creative Commons, then everybody can take my piece, modify it the way they see fit, and then they will let it run, let it circulate in the modified shape. Well, that cannot be forbidden, actually, but if the modified versions are spreading around, then it's a breach of copyright. if there is a Creative Commons license behind your piece, then there's an indication of authorship. And it is also important to indicate which parts of this piece belong to the previous author and which of those have been modified. If you want to stop the circulation of modified versions, then you can easily do it by referring to the breach of copyright, indicating that your piece is circulating in the modified version, and it gives their own idea of your research. If licenses are used for modified pieces, then it is clearly stated that original authors are not responsible for the content that is spread as subsequent work or subsequent piece, derivative piece. If you don't like the circulation of modified versions, you can stop that. Some universities feature open access policies, but how come they do not prefer licenses that prohibit commercial use? In the context of the international copyright, there is no such thing as commercial use. Well, it's there, but it's kind of unspecific. In different countries, it is interpreted differently. A commercial use might suggest something like this. I have spoken in one university lately, so I presented my slides under a license, and I want for the university to use some of my slides for presentations. They are a private university, and everything they do can be seen as commercial purpose operation because they make you pay for tuition. So it is still an open question as to whether they can take my content and spread it on inside their university. If I want to put some limits on the commercial use. And same is true of high schools or some kindergartens or summer schools where they get paid for tuition. So sometimes non-commercial purpose is not the best way to go. Well, that's pretty much the size of it. Any questions are welcome. Write them in the chat, and maybe we could issue a guide on this in Ukrainian just for the sake of reproducibility. Okay, thank you, Irina. Next presentation comes from Lucy Bennison-Chapman, representing SSHO. You're welcome.
Hello, good morning. Well, good afternoon to most of you. Should I share my screen? Okay, can you see?
Видно вас, чую.
Should I begin?
Так.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. This session will last around 1 hour. The presentation will be about 45 minutes, and then there will be time for questions. And do feel free to type questions into the Q&A or the chat box as we go along so that these can be read out at the end. A little bit about me. I'm Lucy Bennison Chapman, and I have a PhD in archaeology from the University of Liverpool in England. I worked on archaeological excavations in the Middle East and Turkey for around 18 years, and my research career started in 2009 when I began my PhD at Liverpool. I've worked as a university lecturer, a researcher and excavator in the UK, the Middle East, Turkey, and the Netherlands. And I've published a number of journal articles and book chapters. And as a result of my most recent academic job of postdoc at Leiden University in the Netherlands, I edited a multi-authored book. I've worked at Elsevier for just over 3 years now. Initially, I was part-time working both as a lecturer at Leiden University in the Netherlands and also as an editor at Elsevier. I now work at Elsevier full-time, and the journal has grown immensely since I joined. I'm now one of 3 scientific editors for Social Sciences and Humanities Open, which is a multidisciplinary journal which aims to diversify the publishing process. We invite early career researchers, first-time authors, and authors from underrepresented groups and geographical regions to submit articles to us. And I'm honored to have been invited to speak to you today. This talk is aimed at junior researchers and first-time authors, but it can also be of use to academics at all levels. I will walk you through the entire process from looking for your journal right through to making the submission and dealing with peer review. I'll also cover the common pitfalls and ethical issues that you should consider. And then we'll round off with a Q&A session. And at the end of these slides, there's a series of useful resources, including the specific support available for Ukrainian researchers being provided by Elsevier currently. So you're all here because you want to know how to successfully publish your work in an Elsevier journal. The first step is how to decide on which one of the many thousands of journals to submit your article to. And this should be done before you finish the research and definitely before you begin to write up. The first thing you should consider is the journal type. And by journal type, I mean the financial model, whether it's a subscription or an open access journal. This will always be clear on any journal's homepage. Some journals offer a choice of model, the hybrid journals, and it's important for you as an author because for an open access journal, this is free to read, but that means that you as the author, your funder or institution will need to pay the article processing charge, the APC, and under the subscription model, you need to pay to read articles, but it's free to publish. You should always check with your university, your department or your library, and also your funders to see what help is available for you and whether there are any rules with regards to what type of journal you should publish in. This presentation is focusing on gold open access journals because these are now increasingly becoming the standard across academia as part of the open science developments. So Open Science seeks to have all publications open to the general public to read without any need to pay or any embargoes. And Elsevier offers gold and green open access routes. Importantly for this audience, Elsevier is currently waiving APCs for articles submitted to gold open access journals where the corresponding author has a Ukrainian affiliation. This waiving is done automatically and will be communicated clearly to the corresponding author during the publication process. So once you're clear whether you're going to submit to an open access or a subscription journal, you need to decide then which journal or to narrow down your choice of journals. So you can start by defining your broad subject or discipline, for example, history, and then the subdiscipline. So you might be writing an article on the history of India and then specifically on Indian clothing. You need to then consider your article type. Are you doing a book review, a review article, a case report, short communication, or a standard full-length article? And once you have these two things, the best way to start is to go to the Elsevier Journal Finder, and there you can paste in your abstract if you have one. You can use keywords, or you can use a provisional article title, and then you will be given a list of options which you can narrow down from there. It's also worth considering the journals that you commonly use for your research or your teaching, and also ask colleagues, peers, and supervisors for their recommendations on where to publish your specific study. And do this considering the type and scope of your research. Then once you've drawn up a short list of potential journals to send your work to, maybe 5 to 10 options, it's then the time to research these each one individually in detail by going to the journal homepage on Scopus and reading all of the information available on the journal's webpage. As you do this, you should be asking a number of questions. So first, look at the journal's audience in the About the Journal. This will be a short blurb about the journal itself. And then you can click to further read the full aims and scope of the journal. This will detail what type of journals they want to publish and also the types of authors that they want to submit to them. Then look in the guide for authors to see the article types which are accepted, the word count, and also any journal-specific requirements and policies. You can then also look for further information in the tabs such as any journal metrics, and then in the menu tab, there's lots of more information. So in order to understand if a journal is a good fit for your research, it's a good idea to check who the current editor-in-chief is, specifically what university they're at, the country, the reputation of the institution, and the subject specialism of that editor-in-chief. It's also worth looking at any associate or subject editors and to see more broadly who's on the editorial board, as these things will all give you a much better indication of the nature of the journal, what subjects they cover, and also what tier the journal is. So you can check latest issues to see the standard of the work published and also the subject coverage. It's also useful to look at the calls for papers and the special issues to see the nature of the articles published there. And then lastly, the journal metrics. So metrics are important, more important for some fields and for some universities than others, but it is useful to be aware of them for everyone, as these indicate how reputable a journal is and where it sits in terms of the research landscape. You should aim high, but also be realistic. And again, consider any directions from your institute or funders with regards to metrics. So this should all help you narrow down your short list into a list of maybe 3 to 5 journals. And then you should speak with your co-authors if you have them and decide which journal you will submit your work to first. Remember that you can't submit to more than one journal at a time. So pick the one that you think is most likely to publish your work. And then if you're rejected from there, you can work your way down the list. Now, before you begin to write, you've got the list of journals. Now take the first one on the list, and you should consider these things on the slide before you even write up your research, as this will save time and minimize the risk of rejection later down the line. So make a list of the important elements from the guide for authors and decide on the article type, whether it's going to be a full-length research piece or any other type of article. Remember that different journals offer different article types, and the directions will be different per article. So a short communication in one journal will not necessarily follow the same rules if you should submit a short communication to a different article. So note down the rules for the journal which you've decided to submit to and stick to them. You see the rules here in the box. This is for the journal I work on, Social Sciences and Humanities Open. So if you submit a short communication to us, it should be between 2,000 to 4,000 words. And we encourage authors to not use subheadings for short communications. Also look at any ethical restrictions or ethical considerations. This is important if you use participants, and by participants, this is studying people at any level, so not just carrying out clinical research, but did you have a survey? Did you look at children's drawings? Did you sit in a classroom and just passively observe what the teacher did or what the students did? If so, then you need to look at the ethical considerations of the journal and of the publisher overall, and make sure that your research adheres to them. Another important thing to do before you start writing up is to decide on the final author list, the order of authorship, and what author will do what. This needs to be decided before you write, as it shouldn't be changed during the submission process unless there is an extremely good reason. So once you have sorted out all of those issues, you then can start thinking about writing up. So firstly, you should decide on the angle of the article, the approach, and the style. So why are you writing this article? Who are you writing for, and why? So you should consider not only your discipline and your peers, but also the journal readership. And this is important for considering how much background context you need to include. Also, you need to look at the length, the referencing style, how you're going to divide up the articles, so the headings and subheadings. Again, some journals will have specific headings and subheadings which you must use. Other journals will be flexible with these. Some will give you some ideas. Others will say make up your own headings. Some will say don't use them at all. These are important as it will help you write up the article, but also if you're doing it incorrectly, then that's going to be difficult to change once you've written up. Also, in terms of the word count, you really need to be using that to aim towards as you're writing up. And it's also useful to think about, okay, how many words should the intro be? How many words do I need to say for the conclusion, and so on. And also, as you're writing up, it's useful to know, should the manuscript file be anonymized or not? This is especially important if you do need to refer to your institution or you're referring to each other. You need to write in a way that identities are either anonymized, or you're just writing so that it's not clear that you're writing about yourselves. Now, in terms of structuring the article itself, a lot of times we see that people submit the article, but they've forgotten to put the title, abstract, and keywords on the first page of the manuscript file. So this is almost always needed across all journals. And then for the main body, there are some elements which are universal, despite the journal that you're submitting to. If in doubt, do check the guide for authors and also have a look at the most recently published articles in the journal to see what headings and subheadings you should be using if they don't give a structure. If you're really uncertain and the journal guide for authors doesn't give any guidance on this, then this structure can be used. So you should have an introduction section. Most journals and disciplines will ask for a literature review, a background section, or research context to be separate from this. You then should detail the methodology used, have a discussion, and a conclusion. Now, in terms of what to write in each of these sections, sometimes we see that people are confused over what to write for the abstract, and they simply copy and paste the start of their introduction as the abstract again. This is not correct. It should be different to the introduction. It needs to be accessible to non-specialists. So don't be overly technical in your abstract. Consider the scope and the readership of the journal before crafting this. And it needs to be a brief overview of the entire article. So not just the introduction, but you also need to state in here what methods you used, and then you do need to say your results on your conclusion. Again, some journals will ask for 3 paragraphs, others 1 paragraph, but it generally should be short, around 300 words is the average to be used. And then the literature review section, this should summarize past research on your topic and also on relevant or adjacent topics. Most commonly, people fall down here by not using their own words, by simply cutting and pasting sections of other people's work or sections of literature reviews from other articles. So here, please do use your own words and summarize the main players, the recent research, recent debates, including page numbers in your citations. The methodology, this does need to be details, as research should be replicable. Often people here, you've done the research yourself, so for you, a lot of it is common sense. You know what you've done and how you've done it. So sometimes we see people just write a few lines for this, which is really not enough. We need to know in detail what you've done and why. So you need to include the research aims and the research questions in detail here, even though you would have outlined your research aims and questions in the intro, and they'll also be in your abstract and your discussion. In the methodology, we need to know these in detail. We need to know everything you've done, the theory behind that, and why you've done it. So say if you have used participants, we need to know how many people, how you selected them, the age, the profession, or any relevant background details of them. Now, in terms of the language, we understand that many people submitting, especially to the journal which I work on, where we really are looking for underrepresented authors, we realize that English is often not your first language and that it's not easy to write in English for many people. Now, we're not looking for highly polished, amazing literary work, but the language does need to be clear. Because you might have the most amazing piece of research, novel questions, insightful results, but if we don't understand what you're trying to say, or if it's just written in a very dull, mundane way, then people aren't going to be interested in reviewing it. And if it does get published, people aren't going to be interested in reading it, or it's going to be hard to understand. So don't make assumptions. When you're writing up your research, don't assume that the readers know the basics, because again, the basics are clear to you because this is your research interest, but that doesn't mean that everyone knows. Be clear and concise. So we recommend that you write in short, factual, direct sentences rather than a sentence going over 2-3 lines. Keep abbreviations to a minimum because these really do make work hard to read. We'd rather that you go above the word count a little bit rather than have abbreviations in every sentence and us needing to have a list of abbreviations to understand. Likewise, pay attention to the paragraphs. So use full paragraphs over bullet points. Pages and pages of bullet points is not acceptable. And you should use around 5 sentences per paragraph, making sure that a paragraph has an opening, a middle, and then a conclusion. Generally, we suggest that you detail 1 point per paragraph. Also, there is the Researcher Academy by Elsevier. So this is a free resource which is open to everybody. You need to make an account to use it, but the account is free and there's resources on all different aspects of academic publishing, including how to write. So this is a useful resource for master's and PhD students and anyone looking at writing their first article. And it will help you with structuring your work and also with common things such as how to avoid plagiarism, how to reference, what makes a good introduction, and so on. So I suggest that everyone has a look at this. In terms of referencing, this is something that some people kind of avoid and leave fixing until the end. That's not a good idea because then it's harder to fix it. So I suggest that you consider your referencing at the beginning before you start writing up, and actually whilst you're still doing your research, in fact. So you should look at the style that the journal asks for. So many Elsevier journals accept your paper your way. This means that you don't have to use the house style until your work is accepted. But that doesn't mean you don't need to use references, or you can kind of do them however you like in the meantime. You should pick one referencing style, adhere to that, stick to it correctly and consistently as you go along. This means there won't be errors in your work, and when you do have to convert to the house style, it will be easy. There's many useful guides on referencing per particular style. So there's two here on the slide: Chicago Manual of Style for the Chicago referencing system, and there's also the APA. These have very detailed guides, and then also handy one-page guides, which you can print out and have next to you as you're taking your notes and as you're writing up your work, which mean that you can stick to the referencing style. Also, many different university libraries will have referencing style guides, which can also be useful. So if you decide on the style you're going to use before you write up and stick to that, then that will mean that problems are minimal later down the road. Also, if you do use referencing and citation software, this doesn't mean that you don't also need to check your work. So we do see people that sometimes they have a lot of errors, but they say, well, I use software, so I can't control that. Well, you can. Lots of the software, such as the Elsevier Mendeley software, allows you to customize, because even within one referencing style, there will be variations. So that will allow you to customize it. And also, like any software, errors do creep in. Sometimes the citation will come up in all capitals for no apparent reason. So you need to manually check and correct these things before you submit your work. Once you have your initial draft, this is just the beginning. So yes, be happy and celebrate, but don't just take an initial draft and then submit this. You need to do a number of things before. So first of all, I advise you to proofread all of the work. So not just the main text, but the citations, the reference list, check the illustrations and the captions for spelling errors, and check for the correct use of grammar and typos, particularly in the title and the abstract. Once you've done this, I advise you to go back to the guide for authors and just check the main things. So are you sticking to the word count, or have you gone way over, or are you way under? Are the illustrations clear, and do they also follow the guide for authors? So for example, if you've got a chart, you should have the X and Y axes labeled. You shouldn't have a title embedded. If you have a map, you need to have a scale bar and a north arrow, for example. Check the section numbering and also the figure and table numbering, because often when you're editing, you switch things around, and then people often don't change the figure or the section numbers, and then they become out of sync. Then share it with all of the authors and ask them not only to proofread, but also to give their comments and incorporate those comments. It's also worth asking somebody from outside your research group or specialism to check it, because maybe there are some assumptions that you make, or some words or phrases which you don't explain because you think everyone knows these, but actually they don't. And then once you have the final version of the draft, share it with all authors again, so that everyone knows what the final copy is and that they're happy with it. Then you are ready to make the submission in Editorial Manager, and this is Elsevier's submission system. Now, some of you might be familiar with it, others not, but it's important to note that each journal will have a different setup. So even if you have submitted before, that doesn't mean that you need the same files and the process will be the same. The main thing to stress here is that it does take time. It's not just a case of you open up the system, put your name and drag and drop your manuscript. There's a lot more to it than that. So do allow maybe 2 hours for it, and also be ready to save the submission and come back to it later on that day or the next day, because often you do need to gather more material. You'll need to write a letter or a declaration which you haven't yet prepared. So often you can't do the whole submission in one go. And especially if you have co-authors, you might need to check things or get information from them. So the best thing to do is to prepare in advance and think about the following things. So think about the email address that you're going to use when you make the submission. We do recommend that you use your institutional email address, so the email from your university or from your research institute, if possible. This just looks more professional, and it's the easiest way to verify that you are you, because anyone can make a Gmail in somebody else's name. Remember also the email address that you use and the password that you set up, because each time you make a submission in Editorial Manager with a different journal and a different publisher, it's a new account. So maybe you've submitted to a different journal before. The one that you use to submit to Social Sciences and Humanities Open, for example, will not be the same as the Journal of Archaeological Science. So note down with your notes for the manuscript which email address and the password you use for this journal submission. Make sure that you have the correct information of all of the authors. So if you have co-authors, that you have double-checked the email address for them. Again, institutional email address if possible. And you should use the affiliation that you're at when you were doing the work. So say if you're submitting your PhD thesis as an article, but you've now moved universities, you should put the university you were at when you wrote the PhD, but you need to put your current email address because we obviously need to contact you. Each journal will have different requirements. So most journals will ask for a covering letter, but not all. Most will ask for a title page file, but there might be different things which you should include on that or not. Often you'll ask for an ethics statement, a declaration of competing interest. Sometimes you'll be asked for highlights or a graphical abstract. And some journals will allow you to have appendices. These are generally not required, but you might want to put them in. So think about all of these things before you go to make the submission.
Hey, Lucy, I'm sorry, but your 20 minutes are over. Could you just cut it short, perhaps? I'm really sorry. We need to have somebody else talk. Again, I'm really sorry. It's interesting. Maybe we're going to have some time later and we can make a separate webinar out of this, because this time we're really pressed for time. Again, I'm sorry, but 20 minutes is the time limit per.
So you should also think about potential reviewers. Now, most journals have stopped asking for a list of potential reviewers when you upload your work, but sometimes an editor will come to the corresponding author via email and ask, especially if you have a niche subject or if a lot of people have said no, they might come to you. So that's worth thinking about. They should be people that you don't know personally, so nobody that's taught you or that you've written with before. They also cannot be at your institution, and they should be an active researcher expert in the field. You will be asked for opposed reviewers. That's not compulsory, but if you do know of somebody who would give a negative review unwarranted, so somebody who particularly doesn't like you or your research for any reason, you should name them and state why you don't want them to review your work. And also, you should consider the credit author roles. So some journals will ask for a credit author statement, and other journals will want you to tick a series of boxes each time you enter an author's details. So the link here will show you what those mean, but it's the task that each author performed. So whether this was the research, the writing up, the funding application, making of illustrations, and so on. And then when you are actually ready to log into the system and make your submission, It is quite straightforward if you pay attention to detail and read the prompts on the screen. Now, a lot of people, they just open it.
Dear Lucy, I'm so sorry. Dear Lucy, I'm so sorry. Again, we have very strict timing. Sorry, maybe if you can, and our representatives will be okay for the next time for the webinars, maybe separately from this conference. It will be great to only this question we discuss it, but we have fully a problem with our timing. Sorry for that. Could you just please finish the sorry for that.
So how long do I have left? Sorry.
You have used up your time, unfortunately. Your time is over. You had your 20 minutes.
The questions now, I was told that I had 45 minutes to speak, so we're only halfway through.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was 20 minutes per speaker, so I guess there was some kind of misunderstanding. Sorry about that.
I mean, I can share the slides so people can look at these in their own time. But we can go to questions now then.
We're going to have questions in the end once everybody has spoken on the panel. Okay, thank you, Lucy. So with this, we're going to have the next presentation up. Legislative regulation of the open science in Ukraine. Yuri Kapitz, a doctor of legal science, is with the intellectual property unit in the Academy of Science of Ukraine. Hello. Let's close the previous presentation. So let's see which laws and regulations and contracts are out there in the universities and research institutions of the country that regulate the use of open science in this country. And we're going to look at the practices of the EU in this matter. And this is quite significant to Ukraine because back in March, they published a draft law which modifies some of the existing laws in terms of open science principles. There have been public discussions. The Intellectual Property Office was involved in that, and they say that unfortunately the law seeks to overregulate the open science, and it carries certain standards that go in breach of the EU practices. The Ministry of Education and Science modified the draft in many ways, but it is still a topical thing, like what should be there in the regulations and what should be there in other enactments. Let's look at the EU practices. There have been evolution of open science out there, and they regulate this thing minimally, and they make political documents, and there are lots of them. The best known is the recommendation of the Commission, which was made in 2011. It's about access to information and preservation of it. In the EU, Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, there's a series of projects on building the open science infrastructure, and also some changes have been made to the EU provision on text and data analysis, the use of research data, And also there are certain recommendations and requirements under the Horizon Europe concerning the rules of open science in terms of results of this program. So let's see what are the key highlights based on the above documents. If you publish a research piece, the manuscript or the PDF version of this piece should be published. Once the publication has happened. If a publisher has an embargo or it's a commercial publisher, then you publish the respective text of your manuscript. There is a 2019 directive on research data. When you read this, you can see a wide list of things that are not supposed to be published. You don't need to publish the documents that carry all types of confidential data, including applications for inventions and some findings from research organizations, information about critical infrastructure, etc. Under Horizon Europe and national granting programs, they publish progress reports. Well, they should do it, but they never do actually. So Horizon Europe carries a number of deliverables. So part is determine what will be offered in the open access. But those reports never get published. And that stuff really matters to this country. So open access to research publications in Ukraine, it is at a higher level than across the EU member states. The Academy of Science initiated that back in 2008. All of the research magazines in their articles since 2008 have been in the open access, and this is something that so far has not been done in the EU because of a different private editorial model that is popular out there, and that gets in the way of the open access in the EU. Data and text analysis. This is a local matter. It is envisioned in the copyright law of Ukraine. Then research data. Conditions for access in the EU are determined in the documents on open science. All in all, they can be determined in the policies pursued by research facilities when it comes to using data. At the same time, it is topical to implement the provisions of the 2019 directive on research data, which is seen in the modified draft law on open science in this country. Speaking of conclusions, the experience of regulating open science in the academy suggests that there is no need for a comprehensive law on open science in this country. The regulation can be done by making concepts and political documents in the country, as well as policies pursued by universities and research institutions, which is how it is done in the EU. What are the problem areas that have to be addressed? Through the national repositories of academic texts, there is no open access to them. It's like that in the EU, but with us, there is a problem with that. Automatically, all of the reports on research get published. It's not a public secret, but let's look at those reports. All the research that is done in the country right now is related to war-related challenges, or it's about the post-war recovery. And typically they let us see what are the war-related problems and who has to handle them. There's also a lot of information, and other countries can read this information, and they're going to be able to see where they can make their attacks. In 2022 and 23, we have seen the Academy of Science institutions that have been destroyed, and that's because they had this open publication policy for research reports, which is not the case in the EU. Contrary to 2019 Directive on Open Data, in this country, when we transfer thesis and research reports to Ukraine.TE, after which they get published in the repository, we do not protect the commercial secrecy and confidentiality. A university might have an invention, and it is reflected in the report gets public, and then it's no longer a novelty, and this innovation can no longer be registered as a patent in Ukraine.TE or in a foreign country. So the routine of registering it in Ukraine.TE is just the order of the Ministry or the Academy of Science. In 2019, this directive was passed. Over 6 years, the ministerial regulations have not been brought in line with this directive, and that's too bad for the scientific sector in this country. Reports on thesis and research, they are found in the repositories of academic texts and other resources, and that is done without making an author's agreement with respective institutions or authors of those theses. That goes in breach of the copyright legislation. Inside our academy, there are particular agreements under which licenses are granted, and you can get a license, you can spend a few days to make it match the purpose of the thesis, and then, well, it has never been done for years. So in terms of open access, this country does not seem to be able to match the EU realities, where the principle of copyright protection is one of the underlying principles when it comes to applying open science. In the EU, under the recommendations of the European Commission and the model contract in the EU, they apply various licenses. It's not just CC BY. There are various licenses that you can see in the slide. One is good for metadata, another one for research data. There is one that is good for long text formats, monographs. So for the monographs, you use the license without original data and so on. Some experts, while speaking about licenses, they forget to mention the theoretical background of that. When you offer somebody else to do something under a license, which is very popular in the EU, CC BY. So if you let somebody else use your article at the same time, your article might be made shorter, it might be getting some additions to it. If it's going to be published under this license, they're going to add some more sections to it or paragraphs. So as an original piece, it's going to be seen in various international and domestic resources. And that should be done in line with this license. It's not going in breach of the copyright, and you won't be able to stop that. One of the key principles of the open access license is this. If you have published something under this license, then there is no way back. So the policy of our academy duly considers the realities of the country. In Europe, they can use the CC BY licenses. Potentially, It may result in creating subsequent pieces and modified versions of the original piece. So in this country, we do not do it the way it's done in the EU, especially when it comes to preparing diplomas or a master's degree thesis. If a student in your university makes a publication today, tomorrow, or a master's degree thesis or a diploma, and it's going to be an original piece based on other published works under the open access license, then it's going to be fully in line with the laws. It's not going to breach the academic integrity principle, which is enshrined in the law on education. And that diploma work will be seen that way. Maybe in future, if we make it to the EU, there's going to be a change in mentality, and we're going to be able to use CC BY more broadly. Right now, we've got about 200 journals in the academy, and we promote the use of the license without subsequent pieces. You get 22,000 journals, open access journals. 51% are CC BY licensed, 24% is the license without subsequent pieces, commercial, non-commercial. Then you get proprietary license and other licenses. The draft law seeks to introduce the right for a secondary publication. There have been issues faced by private publishers. Authors cannot spread their articles published in the PDF format, which is why some countries in the EU passed laws allowing to override the permit of the publisher and publish manuscripts once the embargo period is over. They were trying to see if Ukraine has to do it. I guess it doesn't. Since 2008, all of the articles in the professional journals would be open access works. So there is need for such regulation. In 2022 through 2025, they promoted an open science project in this country. It sought to create an open science infrastructure, so it featured the drafting of regulations to promote open science. So firstly, they passed a concept, like what do you want to see in the country? So far, the concept of open science has not been there as a political document. We've got a national action plan, but that's not a concept. There have been issues with the open access licenses because at the concept level, there is no official vision for the development of open science. Individual measures are not the same as concept. They make a provision on open science, and there is a detailed definition of the rights of workers, research institutions for open science, especially when it comes to applying open access license. They passed a number of enactments carrying various forms of licensing agreements, and there are provisions on open access journals. There is a reference to the compilation of such enactments. You can find it in the website of the Academy. These enactments are universal. They can be used by universities, research facilities. You can tailor it to your needs. And just one more thing, since 2023, because of changes to the law on copyright, all of the proprietary rights for service works belong to universities. Sometimes they make a contract with scientific journals to publish their articles in, and this practice goes on. As a result, we can see the massive violations of the copyright among the universities and the research institutions. In the academy, we had been thinking about that for quite a while, and I think we have been able to find a solution which matches the practices of the EU and the legislation of the EU. We drafted an addendum to the contract with research associates and other staff of the academy. And under the copyright law, these people would enjoy proprietary rights. They could make contracts with repositories and editorial offices of journals. They could publish manuscripts. And the same was true of the data. This addendum is 1.5 pages long. You can see it in the website of the Academy. All universities and research facilities can use that within a month or so. The EU practices on regulating open science suggest that the key principle is the passing of political documents and contract-based regulation. And then, if need be, certain targeted changes can be made to fine-tune it. We still have got some of the domestic problems to address. It's related to the publication of research materials and breaches of copyright, the failure to maintain commercial secrecy. Well, all of that is yet to be addressed. Thank you. Thank you, Yuri. The final presentation will come from Geraldine Lovell's Indexation of Research Journals. You've got 20 minutes, Geraldine, let's have it.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Ні, нічого не видно.
Can I start?
No, we don't see your screen.
Don't see your screen. Okay, just a moment. I will retry.
Yes.
Can see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay,
No.
great. Thank you. Thank you. So welcome everybody. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Geraldine Lovell and I work for Elsevier Science in Amsterdam. And I'd like to briefly talk to you today about some of the indexation basics. So the main topics that I want to look at today is just some of the main indexation services that we support against some of the smaller ones. A brief look at DOAJ, then we'll do Web of Science, Clarivate, Scopus, then we'll look at the 3 National Institutes of Health, NIH databases, so PubMed, PubMed Central, and Medline. So moving on to my first slide. So when we talk about indexation services, we group them into 2 categories. So on the left, we call them the big 5. So this is Web of Science, and they have ESCI, that's the Emerging Sciences Database, SCIE and SSCI, they're their flagship databases for their high impact journals. And then we have Scopus, so this is an Elsevier database, and I believe that this one is well known and well used in Ukraine. And then we have PubMed Central, PMC, Medline, and DOAJ. So these are the ones that we actively support as a team. But of course, there are many, many other indexation services out there on the right-hand side. We just see a small snippet of them, you know, so like MathSciNet, which focuses primarily on mathematical papers. CAS GOA, so that's the Chinese Academy of Sciences, their Gold Open Access Archive, PsycInfo, so they're basically on the psychiatry papers. There's really too many of them to support for a team, so you know our focus is on the main 5. So if we look first at DOAJ, so this is a free database that can be accessed by anybody that can just go online and see them. They cover all disciplines and languages. They do have very, very strict criteria before they'll accept a journal. They like the journals that they accept to be very transparent in their standards, so what they're doing. They promote open access to scholarly research, and this is typically one of the first databases that we try and get our journals indexed on. So especially for new open access journals, of course, that's where we're going. So what this means for publishers and researchers, of course, so we can apply for a new journal to be included on DOAJ after we've published only 10 articles, so that's a very low threshold. But these 10 articles, you know, they must be full research or review papers. So case reports, letters and communication style articles, they don't count. They do have very, very strict endogeny rules that can influence acceptance. And by endogeny, we mean that editorial board members that are also writing papers and submitting them to the journal. So DOAJ say that for the latest 2 issues of a journal should have no more than a 25% endogeny rate. And if it goes above that, then they won't accept you. So that's something that we have to monitor very, very closely when we're considering putting in an application to DOAJ. But as I said, this is the first indexation service we go to. We know that other indexation services are aware of what DOAJ are accepting, and they use this information on their website also. An example of this is Clarivate Web of Science. They have a master journal list, and you can actually see on there if a journal is on DOAJ or not. So this information, you know, is pinged everywhere. Lots of services want to see that. And it gives the journal early visibility of articles, you know, on an indexation service. So, you know, this is the first place we go. So the next index that I want to talk to you about is Web of Science. So from Clarivate, and they publish the impact factor. So this is probably the most well-known of the indexation services. Certainly they've been around for a very, very long time. And they publish, you know, all kinds of journals there, but they have to be a high impact. You know, they should be conference proceedings. They do publish some books as well, although I think that they are starting to phase that back. They provide citation analysis for you. They provide a number of metrics, impact factor. Their main focus is going to be on the quality of the journal and on peer-reviewed content. So they won't really host anything that's not peer-reviewed. So yeah, what does this mean for publishers and for researchers? It's a very, very long application and acceptance process. So if we submit a journal for their review, it's going to take at least 12 months before the editors there will look at it, because they have such a huge queue of journals to get through globally. So we know that many researchers prefer to publish in the most high impact journals, so SCIE or SSCI. And sometimes we know that Chinese researchers, for example, is they are mandated by their universities, is they have to publish in those journals only. So that can make it a little bit harder, I think. They do have categories and rankings now on Web of Science that have been merged. So they used to have separate rankings for each database, but that's been merged now into one ranking system. What we've started to see is that some of the ESCI journals, and these are the emerging science ones, are starting to rank higher than their highest impact journals, which is a good sign, because I hope it shows, you know, to universities, to the Chinese market as well, the ESCI journals are worth publishing in, they're good titles, and they're starting to attain a high impact as well. So once a journal is accepted for Web of Science, it will take about 8 weeks before the latest content starts to appear on there. So how is the impact factor actually calculated? So it's quite a simple calculation, if you like, although some people, you know, might think it sounds complicated, but it's basically citation based. So the citations that a journal receives, so the inbound citations in a given year, divided over the citable articles published in that journal in the previous 2 years. And what do we mean by citable articles? So these are research articles, they're review articles or mini reviews, but not editorials or letters or anything like that. And so that's basically just a small sum that will give you the journal impact factor. So this is updated annually when the JCR is released. So that's the Journal Citation Report. They also publish a 5-year impact factor. So that's a broader citation window, and that maybe gives you a better overview of how a journal is doing as if you look at it over the past 5 years. Certainly for established journals that have been around for a long time, I think, yeah, take a look at the 5-year impact factor if you want to, compare journals. So some Web of Science tips. So for researchers and authors hoping to get into a journal that might already be on Web of Science, or possibly you're interested in a journal and you are aware that the publisher wants to submit an application for that title. So as I said, they're very, very focused on quality. So any editors from the editorial board are included on the author list. So there must be a conflict of interest statement on that paper, which states that that editor was not included in the editorial process. Watch out for any irrelevant references, also to retracted articles, or any missing references. These are all things which will land a journal in trouble in the end and lead to it not getting accepted. And if you've published in that journal, it's very, very hard then if that journal gets rejected because of these kinds of things that are going on. Any conflicting or missing ethical statements should be avoided. And this is an example that I recently saw. The patient consent was waived was in the article, and then later on at the end of the article it said patient consent was obtained. So submit your article under the correct article type. So if it's a letter to the editor, but it was should be a case report, then make sure it's got the correct article type, because if it manages to get through the systems and gets online, it just causes problems down the road. Most indexation services prefer to see an authorship contribution statement now. So this is something new that's coming along. They've not made it mandatory, but I think we're going to get there. And all papers in languages other than English should always have an English title and an abstract for indexation. But probably the last point I want to make you all aware of is make sure that all the ethical statements included are correct, because that is a bit of a no-brainer for them all. For any, I don't think we've got any publishers in this group, but for anybody that's involved with a society, for example, that self-publishes, we'd always say to them to accept the best scientific quality articles that you can, because that really is the key to indexation. Also have regular discussions with your editorial board on ethical standards. So keep these up to date and make sure that these are fully checked at the point of submission if possible. To stick to your publication schedule, keep your aims and scopes fully up to date and accurate. Don't stray from them as well. And keep your journal homepage up to date. With full editorial board details. Make sure the URLs to societies, working groups, that they're all working, no dead links. Yeah, and stick to what you state in your guide for authors or information for authors, because that is a file that all indexation services go through point by point And if you say that this is what you do as a journal, then they want to see that you stick to that. For Scopus, not dissimilar, if you like, to Web of Science. So this, of course, is an Elsevier index, but it's managed independently by a Scopus team. Multidisciplinary, covering peer-reviewed journals, books, conference papers. Is widely used globally. So as I mentioned, I know it's widely used in Ukraine as well. So if you're one of the main publishers, like Elsevier, like Springer or Wiley, we have a very, very high acceptance rate. So application results are usually sent to us within a few months even. So if your journal is accepted there, so a site score tracker becomes available once the journal page is live on Scopus, and that's updated every month. So that's something that Web of Science doesn't have. And the yearly site score, that is actually released in April, and that's the permanent number that is attached to your journal for a year, much like the impact factor. So the calculation of the site score, that is measured over a 4-year window. So it is the incoming citations in a given year divided up over the citable items in the previous 3 years. And the impact factor, of course, is 2 years. So this, you could say, is a bit more realistic than the impact factor because you're measuring it over a longer period. But that is only the real difference. Some tips for any researchers, authors that are thinking of publishing in a Scopus journal or a journal that you know is going to apply for Scopus soon if it's a young journal. So obviously your article should contribute to the academic field with high quality research. So that's obviously going to be a given. It's good to know as well that Scopus focus strongly on citations, because this is one of the things they look at when they're considering accepting a journal, is they want to know how many citations are coming into the journal, if you like, even though, you know, it's not been indexed yet, but they are very, very focused on that. So I would say if you've published in a journal that's not yet indexed, is share your work as broadly as possible, you know, within, you know, your circle, with your peer group, because it will help generate citations, you know, and it helps your paper, helps the journal. So follow the journal guidelines closely. I think that was already mentioned in the presentation by Lucy. Scopus editors, you know, will be looking to make sure that everything is as it should be. You can consider professional editing services to refine your grammar or to make your article clearer if you think that that would help. Make sure you list all the contributing authors only. Don't put any ghost or honorary authors in, because this will trip you up and trip a journal up further down the line. And write a strong cover letter to go with your article if you're submitting for publication. So why it fits the journal, why it should be published, you know, explain the importance of the work that you've been doing. And for any publishers or societies, you know, is we have to make sure that the journal meets the Scopus requirements of the societies, you know, that the articles are all peer-reviewed, that ISSN is registered. These all sound like simple things, but when you're dealing with a lot of journals, these things can quickly go by the board. Clear process is described on the journal homepage for everybody to access. A clear, clean peer review process described, so double blind or single blind. For Scopus, the COPE guidelines are very, very important. So make sure that your journal or your papers are following those. And try to maintain, you know, the high citation rates as much as possible by encouraging authors to promote their work as well. So it's a bit of a group effort there. So I'm going to move on to the last 3 indexes that I want to talk about. So PubMed is actually a free search engine, not so much of an index, but it's, you know, owned by the National Institutes of Health. It's fed by articles that are indexed on Medline, on PubMed Central, and there are other databases on there as well. They all feed into PubMed. And for authors, for researchers, is they just want to be searchable on PubMed. So there's no actual application process for PubMed. So if you're accepted for one of the indexes that feed into PubMed, then you'll automatically appear there. So after your paper is published, 3 days later. Also good to know that if you have a funded article, so funded by the Wellcome Trust, any NIH funders, any European funders that belong to that group, if you like, to that category, then your article will also appear on PubMed. So it's an automatic process, this one, so there's no input required from publishers or researchers. There's no application process, so that's a little bit of an easy one. PubMed Central is a free open access repository owned by the NIH. So providing access to content. It does ensure the long-term preservation of scholarly literature. So even if a journal stops publishing, for example, then the content that was previously published will always remain there on PubMed Central. They don't take it down, it just remains there. They do have very specific technical and content standards that need to be adhered to. So that means that when we apply for inclusion, we need to do due diligence from our end as well, make sure that the journal is in the best possible state that we can get it in before we apply. And the review process at the editor's end at PubMed Central is around 5 months. But once accepted, if it's accepted, then, they usually accept 2 years of back data. And any new articles that are published in that journal will flow through automatically to PubMed Central and flow through from there to PubMed, to the search engine. But that's just a citation, it's not the full content. And my last slide I want to share with you today is about Medline. So this is the main component of PubMed, and it's curated by the NIH, and it's got more than 5,000 journals in there, focusing on medicine, nursing, dentistry, general healthcare. They do add medical subject headings, so MESH headings for standardized searches. They do have links to the full text articles on the publisher's website. They have a very, very rigorous process that we have to go through now to get a journal accepted. So if you submit a journal, if you apply for Medline, only 12% of titles that they review get accepted. So, that's a 78% rejection rate, which is huge. So that is one of the last indexation services that we would consider applying for, because we have to do so much work at our end, our due diligence, going through the journal as much as possible. And there's very little chance of getting accepted. And you can look back, and say, well, there's over 5,000 journals in there, and we're saying only 12% get accepted. Well, that number, that 5,000, they're all journals that were accepted quite a long time ago, when the standards were very different, and, they accepted just about everything that was sent to them. But of course, now they don't. And I won't say that the door is closed. They've left it on a crack for new titles, but it is extremely difficult to get accepted. So for anybody that comes to us and say, my goal is to get accepted on Medline, we would say focus on all of the other indexes first, and then we'll talk about Medline maybe a few years down the line and see if we can get there or not. And with that, I'd like to hand you back to our moderator. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you, everybody, for your presentations. So let's see if there are any questions. You're welcome to put them in the chat or in the Q&A box. I didn't see any questions right now, so you're welcome to put them later, maybe email them to particular presenters. With this, we're taking a lunch break and we're going to resume at 2:40 p.m. Kiev time. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Let's continue on. It's the panel 6. Innovations in Ukraine, discovering new horizons. I'm Elena Rachinska. I'll be moderating the session. There will be 3 keynote presentations followed by the Q&A session. So here is the deal. Please use the panel of instruments to indicate which language you're going to be speaking during the presentation. It can be either Ukrainian or English. There is simultaneous interpretation going here. All sessions are recorded, and you will be able to listen back to that on the YouTube channel of the library. Be mindful of security, and if an error alert is sounded, then you may choose to step down to the shelter. All of the sessions of the conference will be recorded, and you will be able to watch it later. Questions are welcome in the chat or in the special Q&A box. We will definitely read your questions and we'll address them following all of the keynote presentations. Also, let us know who your question is for. I'd like to turn over to Tatiana Kolesnikova, the director of the Science and Technology Library. The power of open ideas in the international research library community. Hello, I represent the Ukrainian State University of Science and Technology. There is a group of authors that takes part in the project co-funded by the EU. It is about the open science. That is helping vulnerable communities, let's put it this way. I am Tatiana Kolesnikova. I am in charge of the science library. Maxine Soroka, Tatiana Sherbatuk, and Roman Rybalka are other members of the BEVI. Domestic universities have to be looked at in terms of transformations in society. In this particular case, we speak about our home country, and there are 3 missions for the education establishments, which is education, research, and the social mission. There's an idea of having a civil university, and maybe it hasn't been quite a buzzword, But to us, a civil university is an education establishment that seeks to interact with the community, and it aligns its strategy with the institutional development based on the needs, challenges, and requests from the community. So this university is with the community and it is doing things for the community. And behind it all, there should be open innovations. Any innovation is based on creativity and adaptability, especially when it comes to floating an idea and then making it a real deal. Which is why we speak about open ideas. Open ideas is the set of principles or practices that enable a free exchange of knowledge, research findings, and cultural heritage, which will be barrier-free. The goal is to make science and education and innovations a common benefit of humanity. So underneath the open science, you get open ideas. We'll know the pillars of open science. I'm going to speak about the first stage of implementing the international project CALO. And there is a mention of open data and open access and civil science. At this conference, we say that there are research labs, university labs, science and technology laboratories, and libraries, and they have been able to realize the need for free access to knowledge, including research findings. In the libraries, they would start first institutional repositories. Libraries supported open publishing, open education resources. Libraries are involved in managing research findings, and there are many more things where libraries have been able to become trailblazers. The libraries of the world have become the prime movers, helping transform science, making it accessible to everybody. There's an ongoing synergy between open education and science. Research findings get integrated into the learning processes. You get open platforms, repositories, open textbooks and teaching aids and other things like that. And that creates a new ecosystem of knowledge. As a result of that, libraries become intermediaries between science, education, and society, communities. Is it safe to say that the power of open ideas and university libraries in the world is in their ability to set up cooperation networks? They also address inequality in information and education, and that's how they promote sustainable scientific development through collective intellect. If you think of civil science, this is not quite a popular practice in this country right now. But that's a form of scientific activities. It's a way in which you can make sure that people volunteer their participation in the process as researchers, taking aid in data collection. So we speak about volunteers, amateur researchers. Civil science is about addressing real needs. We can see the crisis aftermath. This is what happens following a pandemic or an armed conflict or a natural disaster. You get a lot of disinformation or an information overload. So in those cases, there is a need for a voluntary contribution from volunteering citizens. That's why we speak of the civil science, civil university, and libraries. A civil university is the one that seeks to address the needs of the community. The development strategy of such university is dovetailed with the needs, goals, and requests from the citizens. The university is there for the community and it's with the community at the same time. A library, which is a part of the university, should also become part of that process. In other countries, in their libraries, if you think of Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Sweden, Denmark, the libraries become part of civil science projects, in which case libraries are actually intermediaries between science, scientists, and communities. And the libraries are helping amateur citizens take part in research under the guidance of professional scientists, and that's how they can contribute to the research through open tools or data. Our project, Caelum, seeks to offer vulnerable communities, so it's about widening capacities of the university libraries when it comes to responding to crises. Civil science projects dealt with particular universities in this country. The university library from Ukraine has been invited to take part in the project. And the idea was to make the library the unit that's going to be responding to the crisis. It will enjoy support from civil science and communities, and it's going to be good for the strengthening cooperation between Ukraine and the EU. The project envisions cooperation among 5 libraries which operate in different countries and their universities. The project is run by the Tartu University Library. Our partners are Lithuania, Greece, and Germany. There are 2 goals the project pursues. One of them is to improve the qualification of university library staff in innovative approaches when it comes to responding to crises. They know how to collaborate with the universities of the EU. There's also qualification of the existing librarians in this country. That qualification has to be improved. We also need to promote open knowledge and civil activity, the activity of students, university staff, and stakeholders, which represent expert communities and CSOs, local self-government, investigative journalists. And we all need to somehow respond to the crisis, thanks to open knowledge, which may be provided by university libraries. There's Erasmus Plus K2 program, which features a project that seeks to develop open science. The project began in March of this year and will continue on through February 2027. Our partners have got particular cases to address. We are addressing the case of disinformation. That's how we can aid vulnerable communities. And in doing so, we are focused on the environmental security. So every time you do this, you have to let everybody know what makes your proposal innovative. While writing the project, well, we say that we propose 3 innovations: the blending of open science and civil science plus civil activity to respond to crisis in the academic communities. It may also happen outside the academic community, among those community representatives which have something to do with the tertiary education. I think they are stakeholders in that sense. So we need to recognize the capacities of underrepresented communities to contribute to the response to a crisis based on the knowledge they have got. It will promote inclusive nature of decision-making. There is one more innovation which envisions a transformation and a broader mission of university libraries based on participatory techniques of the civil science. Caelum project features particular methods like that. It is focused on crisis response. It is also focused on engaging vulnerable citizens. The third innovation is the interdisciplinary approach that should be used in response to a crisis in order to improve potential and resilience of the education sector in this country and in the EU. In this third innovation, the university staff and community members, stakeholders, may be able to get necessary tools and skills to efficiently handle the emerging crisis, and they might become a platform for mutual learning and exchange of practices among European universities, and it will aid the efforts of the country in promoting academic excellence by supporting universities, students in the crisis setting. Each country did some research, and the findings have been reported officially. You can see this in Zenado. Each country built a report highlighting the role of libraries in crisis situations. And typically, they would use surveys conducted online. and also focus group discussions, also online. In this country, that's the only way you can do it now. Dnipro city right now is not too far from the front line. We coordinated the collection of anonymous data in the university. The survey involved academic communities, researchers, librarians, students, teachers, and also stakeholders. They represented community-level expert organizations, local civil government, investigative journalists. So we had people representing different regions of the country. We needed to make sure that the respondents help us. What do people expect from libraries in crisis settings? What can they expect from university libraries? So that communities could be more coherent and solid. Everybody can play their own role in this. You can see representatives of librarian teams. They do not make a large group of respondents. The largest group is academic communities and students. And diagrams give you an idea of the coverage of the survey. Actually, it's the whole country. Diagrams also indicate the age of participants, which is also important. And the main community involved in this is quite young. Most participants are 36 to 45 years of age, followed by 18 to 25-year-olds. The project was implemented across all national levels, and there have been fundamental inquiries. But then you don't come up with their own case, the crisis of misinformation in case of emergency in the country, how to prevent social, community level, and social ill effects of misinformation about environmental safety. So in this case, we look at the experience and perception of a crisis in case of emergency in the academic community and stakeholders, and what does it mean for the future of librarian practice. In this particular setting, misinformation, false statements, undermines information security, and that becomes so important in a crisis setting. Information attacks intensify. When society begins to feel that the resistance is waning away, the society is getting tired, and they've got a lot of negative factors, both mental and physical. There may be some academic traumas. Which causes fear, panic, and further misinformation that is there for the public. We often say that psyops are used, they use various techniques, propaganda, disinformation, mental pressure, manipulations with information. AI came around, it offered new capacities, so it makes the whole thing even more complicated. One of the inquiries addressed thematic aspects of the crisis response in the emergency situation in the country. So participants mostly spoke of what is being done along the front line or in the emergency case, the war, the socioeconomic situation, radiation safety, and changes in the economy. The respondents spoke of severe cases of misinformation and how that affected themselves and their families. The elderly would be panicking because they could not double check the information. Like my grandma gets nervous when she reads the news through Viber or some other platforms. There are mood swings which range from euphoria to depression. One student indicated that once the information about mobilizing students call up, I filed in for the break in the studies, sabbatical, and then we realized that that information was not true. Academic libraries have to play a particular part in combating misinformation. They should be the sources of relevant information and knowledge. They teach students to practice critical thinking and the skill in assessing sources. So what are the tools for the libraries that could help them prevent or mitigate the aftermath of misinformation inside the community? In the online surveys, the respondents have chosen the following: information search and verification courses. This tool canvassed, actually garnered most of the responses. Then awareness raising instructions for citizens, digest and catalogs of reliable information. So Udont Library, which is a member of the consortium in this project, seeks to become the center of trust and communication for vulnerable groups representing universities and locals, as well as experts in the open civil science. In the war setting, there is a need for a safe space, possibly somewhere underground, something well-equipped where learning could happen. And that's where non-experts will be learning: librarians, academics, civil experts, local reporters, residents. They need to understand how misinformation about environmental situation happens. We need to learn this thing and we need to teach others to do it right. We are developing the best strategies and ways of using civil science, open data to double check the information which concerns environment. In the times of crisis, a university library might be a center of open innovations in culture, in social support, in education and research. because it allows for open access to digital resources. It upholds distant learning. Effectively, it offers a communication platform integrating cultural initiatives for the sake of having a united university community and local communities. You're welcome to check out the link to the report of our group. You're welcome to check out the key things which might help build the capacities of the university libraries in the country when it comes to responding to a crisis. We do not have all the answers, but we're open to practicing new ways of improving things. The Ukraine University, as a part of the project, represents quite a unique experience of the local libraries, communities, and stakeholders as they're moving towards open education. Based on the results of the study, it is safe to say that the power of open ideas in the university libraries is something that allows them to set up collaboration networks, overcome inequality in information and education, promoting sustainable development through collective intellect. Open ideas can get people together. They can inspire the economic communities, helping them recover and do better. That's the strategy of development for the university libraries across the world today, I guess. So once again, thank you all, and you're welcome to learn more about our project, see where it works on which platforms and sites. Thank you. Thank you, Tatiana, for this talk. Questions from participants are welcome in the chat or in the Q&A box. There has been a lot of information, so maybe somebody would have Tatiana offer more detail on what's been done by her team. With this, I would like to invite the next presenter, Jos Brils. European project Lancelot. The Nubius Arai, the experience of practicing open science. So, Jos, are you with us? I can see you are. So I see we should be able to get your slides. Are they coming? So Jos, we didn't hear anything from you.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, your slides are coming up. Okay. It all seems to be working, so let's have it.
Okay, thank you very much, Olina. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. I think it's a great honor to share some experience with you. I must say the title of my talk is a little bit deviating from what you have in the agenda, but I think this fits perfectly to the theme of this session. So opening new horizons. It's really all about research infrastructures. First of all, I should say research infrastructures are all about open sciences. So I will talk to you about my personal practical experiences in engaging the Netherlands in the Nubius Arai, and I will tell a little bit more about how we, with a lot of RIs, are at the moment co-creating in the European project Lancelot. So I don't know if you're familiar with this, this model, but I really like this model, and I will explain later on why. I think this is important to keep in mind. If you start to build a new array, what am I facing? Well, this model is from Kingdon, and he says basically you have 3 streams. You have a problem stream, that's the science stream. And of course, science is not only raising problems, but also hopefully a lot of good solutions. Then you have another stream, is the policy stream. So that are people that write, develop policies that can be environmental, can be economic, all kinds of fields. And then last but not least, you have another stream, is the political stream. And that's basically where the money is. So that are the people, the politicians, or your ministers, or whatever you want to call them, who decide in the end about balancing people, profit, planet interest. And the theory says these streams move rather independently of each other, but at some critical moments in time, they meet. And certainly if the 3 streams meet, you have a window for policy change. So I applied this model to my last 13 years of engagement in Danubius RI. So you see problem stream, policy stream. So the problem stream is the scientists. So that are we, but a lot of European scientists teamed up from Romania, also from Ukraine, etc., to really develop this idea to bring Danubius to the level of an RI. Then I talk about the Dutch policy stream, and that's our Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management, but also the DG Research and Innovation policy stream in Brussels. And then last but not least, the political stream. And I mention here our Minister of Infrastructure and Water Management. Okay, let's start. In 2012, I was invited to come to the Danube Delta because this great scientist from Romania, Professor Adrian Stanica from GU Ecomar, had this very bold idea. Well, we are going to build a super nice new research infrastructure on river sea systems. Please join. And I was invited, but several, I think there were about 20 European countries involved. And we liked this idea, and we started the International Initiative Committee. But the idea, I must say, the idea to build Danubius RI goes back even 15, 20 years before 2012. But this was the first moment when the International Initiative Committee met. Based on that, I went back to the Netherlands, reported back internally to Deltares, but also it was clear if you want to engage in RI, that's something on governmental level, because ministries need to sign to team up with an RI. So I got in contact with 3 ministries in the Netherlands. So it was the Ministry of Science, the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and Infrastructure and Water Management. And they were willing to support the idea. So I got a support letter from the ministry for our application to get on the European Strategy Forum for Research Infrastructure Roadmaps. And I guess I think you recall the presentations of yesterday on RIs and how that all works. So that support was there. So you could say the policy stream and the problem stream met because we got this support and we were there. And furthermore, the ministries also decided that I would like to team up in the board of governmental representatives to help to build Danubius RI. And that was also the first time when I met some of you, also someone here in the audience with us today, because also Ukraine was there. So it was Sofia Zeribchuk who was there, as well as Zoya Petrenko, both from your Ministry of Science. So there were the Ukrainian members of the Board of Governmental Representatives. And I should also mention Professor Nikolai Berlinsky from Odessa State University, who was the scientific member of the Board of Governmental Representatives. We worked on a roadmap, we applied for that, and luckily we were granted a position on the roadmap, on the 2016 roadmap. And as you learned from the presentation yesterday, from that moment on, we had 10 years of time to develop all the way to the ERIC status. So it was also clear that was, so going a little bit back to the, also touching to the political stream, it was clear, although I had support of the ministries, but I said, we don't have any new money. So if you want to make this work for the Netherlands, you have to find the budget for the Dutch contribution to Danubius RI, you have to find it yourself. And the only way to do that was to build a consortium, Danubius NL in the Netherlands. And that consortium engaged the top universities in the Netherlands as well as applied research institutes. So we started to work. Okay, this is already what I meant. I think it was 2018 that the first meeting of the Danubius BGR was there. So again, but this collectively working on Danubius NL got us in 2021 on the national roadmap for large-scale research infrastructures. I don't know that if you have such a thing like that in Ukraine, but certainly we have in the Netherlands. And because we got on that roadmap, we were also allowed to develop, submit a proposal for funding. And very luckily, it was only a 50% chance. We were granted in 2023 the Delta Enigma project, which is coordinated by Danubius NL. It was granted. I will get back to that later. And that, because this was the prerequisite by the ministry, they said, okay, if you find the money, then we will sign the letter for the Netherlands to become member of the ERIC. So we got the letter. Our Minister of Infrastructure and Water Management signed the letter in 2023. And I'm very proud to say that just before summertime, we received the message from Brussels that Danubius was granted the ERIC status. And I'm even also very proud because yesterday in Copenhagen in the ESFRI meeting, my friend Professor Adrian Stanica was in Copenhagen and he received in an official ceremony the ERIC plate. So probably this is possibly the most important slide in my presentation I share with you today. So realize this just to show with you how complicated, how far the road is from idea all the way to getting connected in the ERIC. There's a lot of bumps. You need to be very adaptive, persistent. You need to build a team of friends, etc., etc., etc. Okay. About windows of opportunity, I was really happy to hear yesterday about the RIF project that was presented by Andrei Radil, which I think is a fantastic opportunity for Ukraine. And I guess, and I hope you are aware that in the upcoming call Horizon Infra, there is also this call for Ukraine, engaging Ukraine in research infrastructures. Anyhow, Danubius. As I said, Danubius is a research infrastructure focusing on river sea systems. So it will bring together state-of-the-art in all kinds of facilities to execute research. It will facilitate interdisciplinary science, and it will integrate all the knowledge to really, in the end, manage and protect river sea systems. So it's addressing fragmentation in science, knowledge, data management, communities, providing scientific solutions to environmental and societal risks, and to resolve key problems, societal problems that arise from human impacts on river sea systems. Why do we need interdisciplinary science? Well, that's clear because the complexities we face can only be dealt with by having applying interdisciplinary science. So it's climate change, multiple pressures, and we need really to have this whole systems kind of approach, so whole system understanding from source to sink, from the mountains all the way to the sea, to really, in the end, well, sustain our planet, as you can say. Just to give you an idea what the topics are that are addressed under the umbrella of Danubius RI, it's water and sediment. So we look at water quantity, we look at sediment balance issue like coastal erosion. We look at nutrients and pollutants and their effect in systems. We look at global change megatrends, climate change, extreme events, biodiversity. And in the end, and this was something when we started 12, 13 years ago with the Danubius, that was not yet being discussed, but at the moment, also in Brussels, in new policies, it's all about digital earth, digital ocean, digital twinning. So we connect with Danubius with our structure also to these developments. We have 4 thematic nodes. One is dealing with all the aspects of observation, so from Earth observation, in situ observation, and all these things, connecting satellites. Then we have a node focused on analysis, that's biological, but also chemical analysis, but using state-of-the-art facilities, equipment to do that, to guide us to do that. Then we have a node focused on modeling. So this is where the data, where it's connection to artificial intelligence, where it's digital twinning. And last but not least, we have a node on impact. And impact means here how science is translated, transferred, and in the end being used by society to really make an impact. And that's led by the Netherlands, by Deltares. This is the entire Danubius Array infrastructure. And as I already told you, the Dutch contribution is funded through Delta Enigma project, which is led by the Danubius NL consortium. You see the picture to the left, the landscape, all the countries in blue are all the countries who showed interest in Danubius Array, in engaging with Danubius Array. And of all these countries, for the moment, 7 countries signed up for the ERIC. So unfortunately, it's not yet Ukraine, but the door is wide open also for Ukraine. And also for other countries said, okay, we are still, and that can be next year or in 2 years or 3 years, but the door is very open. We would very much like to also engage Ukraine there. You see some colors, you see the hub, the home base will be in Romania. It will actually be in the Danube Delta in Mureș. Romania is going to make a 130 million euros investment in Danubius Array, new laboratory, new facilities, data center, etc., etc., etc. And this is done based on structural funding that Romania gets from Europe. So that's not used for building roads, but it's used for building research infrastructure. And then, very important, of course, we have super sites. You can also call them living labs. These are the places where we do in practice observations, testing, improvements, etc., etc. And for the Netherlands, as I said, we will bring in the impact node facilities, and we bring in the Rhine-Meuse-Scheldt Delta Supersite, which actually covers the whole of the Netherlands. Going to the Delta Enigma project, again, if we would not have got this project, I think the Netherlands would not have been able to join Danubius ERIC. The whole thing is, and this was also explained yesterday, if you want to go to Esri or to ARISE, you should focus on unique state-of-the-art forefront science. So when I was discussing with all these universities, and you see them below, Utrecht, Delft, Twente, etc., I asked all the scientists, okay, what area are we in the Netherlands already leading? And if we would manage to get additional funding and bring this into Danubius, right, what would make us sure that the next 10 or 20 years we will stay leading and in a certain area. And they came up with biogeomorphology. And biogeomorphology is the study of interactions between organisms and the development of landforms. So our whole proposal was geared to strengthening this strength that we already had in the Netherlands and to bring this into Danubius. So the budget is 21 million euros, of which 16 million euros is by, you could say, the Ministry of Science. What is Delta Enigma? It's a Delta-wide set of instruments, and with these instruments that can be laser scanners, etc., we continuously for 10 years, ongoingly, long-term, observe sediment movements, interaction with biota, etc. So continuous, and we have equipment for extreme events, so extreme high water storms, etc. We can go out into the field and do observations. Furthermore, we bring in laboratory facilities also to study the interaction sediment with plants, etc., water movement. Then, as I said, we had the science policy interaction facilities to the impact node. And in the end, it also foresees Delta Enigma to connect to Danubius Array. So we secured in Danubius Array for the next 10 years a membership fee to the ERIC. But Danubius Array will help us to set agendas, to achieve, to obtain European projects to pay for the research to be done. But also the services that we in the Netherlands are going to offer for transnational access will be governed, will be arranged through the Danubius ERIC infrastructure. These are the locations. So we have 4 observation locations in the river, 3 along the coast, and 2 in the estuary. I'm not going to get into much detail. My last part is Lancelot. Lancelot is the acronym for Land-Sea Interface. Let's observe together. European project Horizon Europe, co-funded by UKE Research and Innovation, and it's nearly 10 million euros budget for 4 years. And we are now 20 months on the road. Getting back to the ARIs, Lancelot is born because in the call text 2 ARIs were mentioned specifically. That was Danubius and Jericho. So you could say these are the core where we started to build Lancelot. Or as we like to say it, and we also connected out to ICOS, so that's a carbon observation. Jericho is on coastal and sea observation, and then Danubius ARI is on river sea observations. And we put also in the logo of that, our project is powered by these 3 ARIs. Furthermore, you see the whole landscape of the environmental research infrastructures in Europe. So there are many, but all have a different focus of attention. So there are many, and several of them also work in this river-sea continuum area. So besides the 3 in the core, we also connected to EMBRC, LifeWatch, ELTER, and EPOS. And with these 7 ARIs, we are jointly building the next thing. Well, the key thing that we in the project want to do and to build is to come to a common observation strategy for the land-sea interface area. We want to integrate, scale up, and enhance existing observation efforts. That's Earth observation, connecting to in situ observations, but also connecting to citizen science. We have a lot of budget in the project for buying low-cost sensor technology that we hand to boaters that go out to the sea, that give us back the data, etc., etc. And in the end, we want to connect also the data to modeling, integrated modeling, make connections to artificial intelligence, digital twinning, etc. Data is a very important component in the project. So how to share, use the data, what aggregator to use for the data. And we work closely with EMODnet. EMODnet is mostly focused on marine data, but we also make connection to the data from the rivers. All in the end to better study and understand the land-sea interface area where terrestrial and marine habitats meet. Besides having a lot of theory, bringing the communities together, bringing the scientists together, bringing different stakeholders from ESA, DG Mare, etc., we also want to connect to practice and test and improve implementations of improvements in practice. And for that, we have 9 so-called integration labs, or you could also call them living labs. And in these labs, we have a focus on some of the key societal challenges. You see that in the circle diagram. What the focus is in these integration labs. And on top of the names, you see also J, D, and I. So the G is for Jericho, the D is for Danubius, the I is for ICOS. So that means that these areas are already a super site in one or more of these research infrastructures. And then are some symbols. So in some integration lab, there's more focus on Earth observation, or the more on in situ observation, etc. But in the end, by combining all these things, we cover all the key societal challenges. And in these integration labs, very important to say, we make a direct connection with national, local, regional policymakers, people working in practice, other projects, to jointly team up and to co-create improvements. And of course, you have already seen this one. One of the integration labs is the Danube Delta and coastal areas. So actually, it's only a few. Well, as you know, 1/3 of the Danube Delta is from Ukraine, 2/3 of Romania. So we are getting very close to you here. So that's it. As we say, let's observe together. If you want to follow us, go here, go to LinkedIn, or go to one of these websites and you can find more information. I'm happy to take any question. So please.
Thank you for sharing all of this with us. It looks like a very powerful project, Danube SRI. So, ladies and gentlemen, questions are welcome in the chat. We're gonna have Q&A time later on. I hope Jos will stay throughout the session. So let's move on to the next presentation by Lubov Majdanek, the Deputy Director of the Ukraine National Office for Intellectual Property and Innovations. Copyright and open science, looking for a balance. Let's have it. Hello. Thank you for inviting me to speak here. I don't have particular slides. I'll speak about copyright and innovations. Typically, copyright in all countries was established in order to promote innovations, and people actually create innovations by and large. They are referred to as authors. Authors and innovations go hand in hand. In the digital epoch, you get the internet, and there are lots of things that are interconnected. Plus, you get AI, generative AI assisted systems, which use databases unconventionally. In the EU, there are other ways of handling databases and various rights. So right now, there are lots of questions like, how can we strike the right balance nowadays between the rights and interests of authors, which makes with innovations? And at the same time, we need to consider other interests, like investments. Those are the things that concern the ones that support science, they spread word about it, like readership, or the ones that would like to gain access to research findings or access to scientific products to meet their needs, the needs in education or research, or just for private development. And sometimes there are pretty complicated questions like, what is open science? I can speak about this as a researcher because I do some of that, so you understand the key interest behind it. On the other hand, it's all right to keep investing in developing science. Some businesses can do it. We often know that scientific gains are funded through budget, public funding. And access to that has to be gained by society because public funding is a special case. There is copyright, which is something related to the authors of research and research products. and that is supposed to be protected. Then you get publishers. They are also part of the deal to help spread the research findings across the communities, not only professional communities. That's the way it was back in the analog world. Only some people knew about the research findings. Now, because of the digital world, through publications, you widen the community that gains access to this. Some of the research gets commercialized, and that becomes part of the existing database that is offered for pay through subscription. And there are questions about using that option. What can you do about the rights of authors or publishers? Very often the publisher and the database and the author, they might be completely different subjects. We can think of developing science at the nationwide level, and sometimes there is no clear idea about this inside the scientific communities or among universities. Very often there is no clarity in that among the policymakers either. So we have to go back to the fundamental provisions, which are intact. And they're not going to be changed over the next decade or so, in spite of advent of new technologies. The author is the researcher in our case, and they've got rights and capacities. And those rights remain the same, no matter what happens in terms of open science. There might be some country-specific practices, but that depends on a particular country, a particular society. They might find a society-wide consensus to address the needs of a particular country. So copyright will emerge automatically, and it will be safeguarded under the law in the country. So there is a right to determine the legal portion of the product and how it can be used and where it can be published, and can it be published at all. In today's world, in order to be a scientist, you have to be publishing the findings of your research. I'm not necessarily speaking about thesis and that stuff. A research article has to be published in a particular edition, high-profile edition, enjoying a good reputation. And a reputation can be gained through reviews, and also there is some ranking behind it, and you can see this in the databases where all of that is going to be indexed. In each particular country, they determine the way to do it. An author is a researcher and vice versa. They determine who is allowed to use the findings and who is not. Very often you might hear that the publication of research articles is done in particular editions based on the same conditions offered there. The author cannot have much influence on that. They cannot refuse to follow these conditions once they have published their piece in that edition. So they typically join the licensing agreements, in which case they agree to offer their piece for usage and publication under licensing conditions. Very often they do not get rewarded for that. I'm not going to speak about rewards because it's been addressed in various contexts. It depends on whether we still work in the analog world of publishing or we are in the digital world where access to publications belongs to multiple users, you get lots of views and reads, and that makes it commercially attractive more than ever. And these articles later on might become a part of the bigger database, which is offered through subscription to multiple users, and author is supposed to issue a permit for that, issue a license. But that's a matter of individual decision. Sometimes publishers gain full rights. It's not just a temporary usage license. So sometimes they get a complete right in the sense that the right belongs to them now. And that's not much of a benefit to an author, because in that case, they no longer control where that article is going to be used. So over many years, if publishers did such a thing, they would still not put any limits on the author. The author would be welcome to keep publishing their pieces in other sources, so they would not mind. And that's how universities did it back in the day. By the rules or by the laws, all research publications created by the staff of the university or researchers of the university, that would automatically belong to that university. This practice is still there. Science has to be open, and the key objective is to spread knowledge and information to enrich particular sector. In the internet and digital technologies world, featuring generative AI, the question becomes different. There are new ways of commercializing things. An article might become part of the database according to certain criteria, and based on paid subscription, they grant access to this article to certain users. So where is the role of the author in this? And then how can the author publish this article someplace else, allowing for free access to this piece? How does that dovetail with the open science practices in terms of the copyright and the one this right belongs to? In many cases, these questions remain open, and by and large, there are different ways of addressing them depending on the country or a region. But one thing should be intact. There are two options to deal with this. Firstly, the author makes a contract, a licensing agreement, and determines all ways of using the research publication. They might allow for this to be included in the database, but they should authorize that. Alternatively, there are certain ways of using such publications that might be determined based on the law, which means that all the rights will belong to the research facility. If this piece has been made as a result of something a person has done on the job within their job descriptions. So this way or another, we can see that there is some way to handle this matter. And if it's a licensing agreement, it determines the deadline, the usage patterns, and catchment areas. There's no one size fits all here. You have to choose between these two. There can't be anything in between them. Sometimes they think of using a particular type of license, which is typical for using research articles for publishing based on the open science principle. If a project is getting funding, then that could be the way to go for an individual project. If there is a consent from the parties and the author and the user, again, it's based on a particular case and a particular project, and it's up to the particular author. They might determine that in this particular case, that's the way to go. It's a fair deal. Licenses cannot be standardized or typical in this domain. You might think of free use of publications, and by and large, all of that can be written down in the provisions of the agreement. It might indicate reuse in future. In case of a license, an author grants a permit to publish this article, and they retain the right for republishing these articles elsewhere under certain conditions. Sometimes there is a legislative provision in the law under which you can grant a permission for use. But the parties need to think it over, and you gotta see if you're gonna get any benefits from that. Not too many countries go for this option. Many projects produce a big database which helps science evolve in various areas, and this thing is typically funded through public money because there's a need to offer access to science. But at the same time, you have to safeguard the rights of an author. If you get a project-specific funding, say it's a regional project in the EU, the publications that will be produced by the project may come under the conditions of the copyright for this particular project, and that will be justifiable for this particular project. Again, there's no one size fits all if you think of all research findings. That are pertinent to open science. Most likely, this one-size-fits-all kind of thing will not be efficient. An author is typically the one who creates innovations, but innovations cannot be based on the same approach. It cannot be standardized. It cannot meet all the needs and lead to further progress in this domain. Tailored approach seems to be a much better option here. So they're going to keep looking for the right balance further on. There will be new technologies coming up, new ways of commercializing things. At the end of the day, you've got such a thing as an agreement, a contract. No matter what technologies are there, there will be generative AI systems coming up. Let's see what happens in terms of using information in it. AI is using that stuff to train itself. And the results that you get in the daily GPT chat suggest that the information resembles particular objects or scientific publications. So it uses at least some of that. So if you think of data openness and copyright, how far can all of this can go? And will there be encouragement to create new innovations and products? Because you can easily use the system to pull this information out of the internet. You can accumulate some logical ties, and then you can produce something that resembles your product. But the original product took years of work, a lot of effort, skills, and experience. You spoke with reviewers, you would abide by some requirements and all. And open science needs to address that. If you think of the generative AI, they seem to be gradually addressing this matter. The developers of the system will not avoid a dialogue with the authors, the ones that create the content safeguarded by the copyright. And very often, they have to look back into the licensing agreements to find a solution. There are some exceptions in the laws that would allow you to use such things without a license to enable progress in this sphere. If you think of economy and progress and rights of authors, that option has not been justified because it fails to account for the rights of authors adequately. There are big licensing agreements that capture big data sets that are copyrighted, and this option is gaining momentum. It is tailored, it doesn't follow a typical pattern. There might be an organization that comes up with a license like Creative Commons. It's a different type of license. It's not efficient because an agreement happens between the developer of the system and the one who has a data set which is copyrighted. And this might happen at the level of rewards. So there should be a balance between the copyright and innovations, and it should be a win-win situation at the end of the day. It should be a matter for the dialogue, and there should be a way to keep creating new results that will contribute to science. And on the other hand, there should be a way to encourage authors to keep doing what they're doing, creating things, making money on that, commercializing their products, at the same time allowing the public to have access to that to meet their needs in science, education, or in private life. So everything is shifting towards an agreement between the author and the user. Well, thank you. These are the main points I wanted to share right now. I didn't want to use the legal verbiage just to make it clearer to you. Okay, thank you. Certainly all research are interested in that. I think there might be questions, and right now I didn't see any in the chat. You can always put your questions later. You can send them to the organization committee, and we're going to share these questions with particular presenters. I can see people are writing thank you. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you, all of the presenters. So with this, we are as good as done. I've got one question, if you don't mind. It is for Tatiana Kolesnikova. I don't know if she's still on the line. Okay, paging Tatiana Kolesnikova. I guess she's not on the line. Okay, I've got a question for Lubov then. Do you consider setting up advanced training courses or some training for researchers and experts in the Office of Technology Transfer? They need to get a better idea of intellectual property in the age of open science and innovations. Let's see if Lubov is on the line. I think we can see you, but cannot hear you. I think she has left.
Okay, so I have the question for Jos. Jos, are you with us? I have a lot of questions for our participant. Jos?
Yes.
Okay, so I have one question because I'm a small part of this project in the beginning of this project, the Danubius AI, exactly. So I have, and because of that, I have the question: how does Danubius AI integrate the principle of open science and fair data across country with very different levels of research infrastructure maturity? For instance, Ukraine, Romania, Netherlands is very different country, and how you can integrate all of this in the matter of fair data and open science.
Yes, thank you, Sophia, for the question, and thank you also for being engaging with Danubius in the family. So again, you are always welcome to join us again. But going back to your question, this is not easy, I should say, because it's a multi-level that we face these issues. I can tell what we did in the Netherlands with Danubius NL. We really, together with all the universities that you've seen on the slide and all the people that start to observe together, we got together with all the experts from all the different universities, said, okay, how do you do that? How, etc., what kind of standards? And there came something like a federated structure out, and that we are testing it, and we are thinking about how to improve that. So it's bottom up, but also we think about how to link this in the end to Danubius AI. That's ongoing. So it's a matter of how do you do it in your own country, between institutes, universities? How do you do it then connecting from your country or project to other projects or to other countries? That's heavily being discussed in the Danubius. We have also a data center in Danubius. So what kind of standards to use, etc., etc. So that's work ongoing. And last but not least, this is one of the key aspects also in Lancelot, where we have a work package on data management, we call it. And there are huge discussions. Also, what kind of aggregators to use, what language. It's also about ontology. It's about, and as I understand, I'm not a data expert, but as I understand it, metadata and having the right and proper metadata is one of the key things to solve. So we discuss on it. We make steps, and we have the opportunity in Lancelot to test small improvements. And in the end, and that's what the project is all about, we give in our recommendations, in our strategy, there will of course also be a part on, okay, where are we now with this important aspect, and what do we recommend as all ARIs join together, but also together in discussion with ESA, with Copernicus, with DG MARE, etc. What are the next steps to be taken? Okay, it's a long answer, Sophia. I hope it answered a little bit.
It's a very full answer, but one more maybe question regarding to your answer. How there is a problem in the project, maybe Lancelot or Danubius AI, connected with data sensitivity and access control for environmental data collection across multiple jurisdictions, because we have different legislation in different EU country, even in different EU country, and there is a problem with the collection of environmental data.
Yes, I can imagine. And that's another aspect, of course, we need to deal with that. And what about also quite interesting aspect is, okay, I don't know, I'm not an expert in how you deal with that in Ukraine. But if I look at the Netherlands, is okay, a lot of data are being collected by our governmental agencies. And although it's public data, it's also public websites. The question is, can we, through, for instance, Danubius, make these data publicly available for also outside Europe? Or outside, or maybe even inside Europe with all the other countries. So that's something that's difficult. And I personally, I would like to I always make the difference also within Danubius and in Lancelot, the difference between monitoring and observation. Observation is science. So what I talked about in Lancelot it's science. And the basic principle is the more you observe, the more data you get. And certainly we want to have more long-term data because that's the fundament for improving system understanding. And in the end, that's the fundament also to inform policy making and management measures. On the other hand, monitoring, that's what a lot of countries do, for instance, in Europe for meeting the obligations of the Water Framework Directive or the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. And there you can see a tendency like, okay, if we monitor more, then you also get easily into trouble. So that's a disbalance between, okay, shouldn't we go for the absolute minimum? And that's 100% 80 degrees different than doing things for science. So it's complicated. I don't have the golden answer, Sophia, but again, the nice thing is that we are in Lancelot discussing with RIs and with the key stakeholders on all these issues. And hopefully we can, at the end of the project, give some guidance on what next steps to take. And that will be, of course, be follow-up projects, Horizon Europe, new opportunities to work towards step-by-step improvement.
Yeah, thank you very much. But I should say that your example is not so difficult than in our case, because in our case we need regarding the data about the environmental data. So we need the agreement of local authority, we need the agreement of state authority, and also now we need the agreement from the different military authority, because it's connected with the security issues, not the secret security issues, but just a mine or something else. It's dangerous for the life, so like that. So your example is not so difficult that we have.
Well, okay, we can extend the discussion lengthy, but I want to make one more commercial. I was also engaging in the DOORS Black Sea project, and I don't know if you heard about this project, maybe some of you. It recently concluded. It engaged at the beginning all the Black Sea countries, including Russia. But of course, for a logical reason, we had to kick out the Russians, but we kept aboard Ukraine. And this project came to an end. It was concluded. We presented the results to the European Parliament, and they were really astonished about what we achieved in 4 years. So if you want to know more about the Black Sea system, understanding coastal, including what the rivers are putting into the Black Sea, it's all available. It's public. We have a system of systems, and it's public, open information, highly quality assured, which is available also for you, for the Ukraine, and for all the countries around the Black Sea. So, but again, it's science. It's not. It's not that we did this for meeting any policy objective. So, work in progress also there, and yeah, let's stay connected. Let's discuss, and hopefully we can welcome Ukraine in the next years also to become part of the Danubius ERIC family.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for questions and answers, and that's how we learn more about what's going on. So we've got Jos on the line at least. So let's see if there are any further questions. I didn't see any in the chat. I didn't see any in the Q&A box. So Jos, your answers are deeply appreciated by the audience and your presentation as well. It's been quite an interesting experience to our country. So thank you so much. Okay, since there are no more questions, with this, I complete the discussion here. I'd like just to make one point. I'd like to thank your library for doing this event, because sometimes you get power shortages here and there, but the participants still find their way to join the proceedings here, and nobody's saying that it is too difficult and something is wrong. So let's keep up the good work. And would like to thank the participants, the presenters who have been able to find time to join this cause for the sake of better science. Okay, thank you for that. Once again, I appreciate all of the participants. By doing that, you're supporting us and the open science. So I'll see you around probably next year in the next conference. Hopefully it's gonna happen. It's gonna be the 5th conference on open science. So with this, we're taking a short break and we're gonna reconvene at 4:40 p.m. and there's gonna be a COS session happening at 4:40 p.m. Kiev time. Maria Krasnoshok will take it from there. And Tatiana Yaroshenko, she's gonna do the General Assembly of the Supervisory Board for the participants of IFO Ukraine Consortium. You're gonna have to use a separate link to join that session. So once again, thank you very much, and I'll see you in one of the upcoming sessions. Have a good rest of the day.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
The COS session will be happening on this link, so you can stay here if you want to join it. At 4:40, the COS session is supposed to begin. Hello and welcome back. We're into the final year important cost session. It has been organized and co-organized by the COST and the Ministry of Education and Science. I'd like to turn over to the expert in developing innovative ecosystems and international cooperation in science and innovations, Directorate for Innovations and Real Sector of Economy in the Ministry, Maria Krasnoshchuk. Dear colleagues, hello, and I thank for this opportunity to speak at this conference to represent COST Association and tell you what do we do as an association, what is it for Ukrainian researchers. The association representative will give us more detail on what the association does, what are the challenges and opportunities when it comes to research. Then in the second part of this talk, we're going to tell you how the country is engaging in this and what success the domestic researchers have had, how can they actually join the association in various capacities. In the end, we're going to be happy to have it from the Ukrainian researchers who have done big in the association. We will see what are the career opportunities they have seen, as well as ecosystem opportunities and networking options in COST. So your questions are also welcome. So with this, I'm turning over to Salome Meze-Rekan, who runs the management of COST Association.
Hello. Yeah, I think you hear me now. Okay, I assume that now the floor is mine, so I can present you COST. So first of all, thank you for having invited COST to this session and to this webinar. So I'm going to share my screen right away. So. Do you see it in full screen? Yeah, I think so.
Yes, now it's working.
Okay, great. So I work at COST as a governance officer, and I'm going to give you in a nutshell a presentation about COST. So I have 20 minutes I allocated. So for some of the items, I will go very quickly. I have put also some slides that you can refer to if I don't have sufficient time to really go into detail. So COST stands for European Cooperation in Science and Technology. Our mission is to provide networking opportunities for researchers and innovators in order to strengthen European capacity to address scientific, technological, and societal challenges. So what is important in this mission is the word networking. We are there to provide networking tools and help the research community to better connect. The vision of COST is to have an European most empowering research program. We are there to promote excellence, but also to foster interdisciplinarity, as I'm going to show you, and empower and return young researchers. What we mean by young researchers in COST program is researchers under 40. So the main characteristic of COST is to provide networking tools, so networking opportunities for researchers and innovators. amongst all fields of research and technology. So you can apply for cost actions or for projects funded by cost in any field of activity. So we are a bottom-up approach, meaning that we don't specify predefined fields, so you can come with any type of topics. COST program is open for all researchers, whether academics, public organization, but also industry, SMEs, NGO, and international organization. It's open for all career stages, whether you are young researchers, so below 40, or an experienced researchers. It's open to all countries, but COST is made of 41 COST members. So Ukraine is part of the COST family, and there is also one cooperating member and 14 near neighbor countries, being the countries in the periphery of Europe. But COST is also open to any other countries to participate to the activities. Here you can see on the map, so the 41 full COST members, plus the cooperating member and the partner member. On the green side, you can see what we call the ITC countries, so inclusiveness target countries, which are the countries which are less research intensive. Some key figures to present COST. So we have at the moment about 300 running actions, so meaning 300 cost funded projects. So for sure there will be one filling in your topic. I will explain you later on how you can identify cost actions. We have about 60,000 researchers, part of the COST project. And every year we are organizing, Fund Action are organizing short-term scientific missions, training schools, and the budget for COST action is about 1,700,000 euros. COST is part of the Horizon Europe. It's part of the widening pillar. We have a contract with the European Commission, and based on that grant agreement, we are funding the different COST actions via third-party funding. So the role of COST in the ERA project is to promote and spread excellence, to foster the interdisciplinarity research for breakthrough science, and empower and retain young researchers. Regarding those three priorities, you can see here on the map, basically on the left-hand side, the map which is colored in green, the mobilization of the researchers in a given country. So the darker green reflects the countries where the highest researchers are, the higher number of researchers are mobilized. But on the right-hand side, you can see that different countries are reflecting, and in dark blue, you can see basically the research community for a country which is mobilized, and we can see that in some countries there is a very high and a very good mobilization of the research communities. Regarding the interdisciplinarity, here it's a graph basically displaying the connection and the interdisciplinarity reflected in the COST action. So in the COST action, we have more than 2 topics reflected in an action, showing then the interdisciplinarity of the different actions. So you see lots of dotted connected in different topics. That's due to the fact that it's really a bottom-up project. So as I have mentioned, you can come with any topic. There are no predefined topic to apply for COST action. For the third priority regarding empowering and returning young researchers, those graphs shows that we have a very good participation of the young researchers and also a very good gender balance. So how cost works? First, there is a need to have a good idea, a good and a new project, which is submitted by the main proposer and a network of proposers made of secondary proposers. In order to apply for cost action, there is a need to have at least 7 proposers from 7 different countries, and half of them needs to come from ITC countries, so by inclusiveness target countries. So it's the one, I think, in grid in the map I shown earlier. If the idea is successful and the proposal gets funding, then the action open to a broader group. So in fact, COST is financed by the European Commission, but it's also an intergovernmental organization, which is reflected in the governance of each action. So each country can nominate for each action maximum 2 management committee members. In the management committee, they are going basically to drive the action for the 4 years to come. So basically, if you are interested for each running action, you can contact your COST national coordinator in Ukraine in order to be appointed as a management committee member in an action in order to participate in the driving of the new and the running actions. I will explain you later on in the presentation how you can do so. Regarding the tools provided by COST, as I have mentioned, COST is there to fund networking and capacity building for the participants. So we are going to basically fund meeting and workshops, conference grants, training schools, so basically which is a training on a certain topic fitting with the cost action for really a specific topic. COST is going to finance also and to fund short-term scientific missions in order to help the mobility of the researcher to go in another country for a limited period of time to eventually do some experiments or to be hosted in an organization or in an institution different from its home country. COST also funds dissemination activities like participating to conferences, the publication, and the virtual mobility. So that's all the different funding schemes that COST can offer during the 4 years of the lifetime of the action. But also on top, we are funding a certain other aspects in order to help the action to really take the full benefits of the COST program during the 4 years. And then we are offering also other support like COST Academy, which are offering different trainings to the participants of the COST action. We also help the different COST action to connect via the COST Connect in order to connect better on certain topic. Or also we are also helping the action to connect to different other EU agencies via the COST Science Inform Policy Advice. So that's few examples of the different support that COST program offers to the action during the lifetime of them. Regarding the impact of COST, a few words to say that basically COST helped to set up some new discoveries and to some breakthrough development of new research infrastructure, but also really help the researchers in their career advancement. 85% of the researchers having participated to a cost action indicates that it has led to a career advancement for them, either because they have connected to, they have expanded basically their network, they develop, they had the opportunity to participate to further spin-off project, or they have basically developed some new skills, which has helped them to advance in their career. In terms of follow-up funding, COST is really a very good support in order to move on and to get follow-up funding and follow-up spin-off projects. As the success rate after cost action for Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe project is increased, and 39%. There is an increase of a success rate of 39% after a cost project. Oh, I went too fast. Sorry. How Ukraine is doing in cost action. So Ukraine has joined the cost family, I think 3 years ago as a full member, and then from that moment we see a regular growth regarding the country representation in the cost actions, and also a good representation regarding the different activities offered by COST, and also a good participation as a working group in cost action. So we really see a positive trend of Ukraine over the past years, being much more involved and using and benefiting from COST program and the cost actions. Regarding the cost action, just to go and explain you quickly how it works. So each cost action is funded for 4 years. So as I have mentioned, COST provide funding for research coordination and capacity building. COST is not funding research itself, so that's really important to bear it in mind. We give funding for 4 years, and there is a minimum requirement of 7 countries at the start of the project. But once the project is funded, then it can grow, because basically you can join a running action at any point in time. So that's very important to bear it in mind. You can really join a running action at the start is the best, because then you can fully benefit from the different networking tools provided by COST, but also later on. An average cost action gets 600,000 euros over the 4 years of the term of the action. The cost structure is always the same. There is a chair and a vice chair being the face of the action, but the decision-making power is embedded at the management committee level. As I mentioned, each COST member can nominate up to 2 management committee representatives, so it's the case for Ukraine. The work is splitted at the level of work packages, with working group leaders leading those work packages. There will be a grant holder institution handling the funding for the action. And obviously the action is supported by the COST Association Administration. So I have already mentioned a few of the networking tools, but as COST is not funding research itself, but really networking tools, we are there to fund training schools, participation to short-term scientific mission, enabling the mobility of the researcher in another host institution in a different country. We fund also participation to conferences, specifically for inclusiveness target countries, with inclusiveness target country conference grants for ITC like Ukraine, but also for young researchers. Also participation to workshops, to conferences, to different meetings. In terms of funding, so COST provide travel reimbursement for traveling. So based on long distance travel expenses up to 1,500 euros, and also support accommodation, meals, and local transports. There is also support if an event is organized locally by an institution. For the mobility of the researchers, there is a grant up to 4,000 euros, and lower, obviously, for mobility grants. And also for dissemination of research activities via participation to conference and via ITC conference grants or Young Researcher Conference grants, there is a grant up to 2,500 euros, and lower in case of virtual events. The same for dissemination conference grants. So that's to just give you in a nutshell, the different grants and the financial support that COST can offer. So how to engage in COST? There are 3 ways. First of all, you can participate in a running action. So for that, look on our website, go on browse action. You can type keywords, and then by that you can have a look to the different running actions. If you are interested to join a running action, you can do it at different role or different ways. As a management committee member, so then it's already what I have mentioned to you. You need to contact your COST national coordinator to be appointed to the management committee, which is the body driving the COST action. You can participate really to do more the work as a working group participant, or you can simply participate in the different activities organized by the action, for example, to a short-term scientific mission, to the training school, to a workshop or a conference. I will not go into detail regarding the role of the management committee, but basically you represent your country in the management committee of the action. And if you are interested, you can contact your COST national coordinator. I have put a screenshot on how to do so in the presentation. As a working group, you can also participate really in one of the working group. For that, you need to simply go on the COST website, identify the action you wanted to join, and then simply to apply, you need to provide very limited information, and then your application will be processed by the action. If you are interested also in a COST in activity organized by one of the action, you can also directly apply on that. If you want to become, you want to submit a proposal, that's also possible. There are all the information they are provided on COST webpage. Basically, you need to submit a technical annex. All the information are mentioned. The application is submitted by a main proposer. So this week we have closed the open call 2025. So now we are going into the phase of processing then the proposal received. The information regarding the open call 2026 will be shared soon, and you can find the information on COST website. You can also participate in COST as an external expert to contribute to evaluate the proposal or to participate in the assessment of the result of an action. And for that, when you create an ECOST profile, then you simply need to mention that you are interested to be an expert. Something that I have forgotten maybe to mention, but it's important. All your COST journey is basically handled via the ECOST platform. So if you are interested in any manner to participate in a COST action or to submit a proposal, you need first to create a profile in ECOST, which is the platform of COST handling your whole journey in cost. So that's few slide to explain you how you can mention yourself as being interested to be an expert. I will pass on that quickly. If you want to have a clear and simple view of the funding that you are eligible, I have put here on that slide the link to the Am I Eligible tool available on COST website, where by entering few information, you can have a quick and clear overview of the different grants that you can get by participating in a COST action. More information about COST can be found by following us on the social media and also by registering to the COST newsletter. And I think I have finished my presentation just on time, few minutes late, so voilà.
Dear Salome, thank you so much for joining and for supporting our Info Day. We hope that this practical and inspiring speech will bring more participants to the COST Association from Ukrainian side. And also, we still have 5 minutes for Q&A. If you are not against, we can ask our participants to raise their questions. And we will be able to get feedback from COST Association representative. If there is no question, we will be glad to collect your question and share it after this conference part. So with that, thank you so much for your participation, and looking forward to grow our collaboration with COST and Ukrainian scientific community.
Thank you very much for having invited me, and yeah, I'm available indeed if there are further questions that they can be shared with me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right, so we carry on. There have been some force majeure circumstances, and Oksana Berezhna, who is a national COST focal point, will not be able to join. But we're gonna have some feedback from Ukrainians, which are part of the association. So let's get some of their stories. I will be sharing some updates on the participation of fellow Ukrainians. So let me know if you see the slides. We're gonna try and see how you can file in your proposal, who do you need to check with, which buttons to push on the platform. And I'm gonna tell you about the roles for Ukrainians in this. And we will also discuss the overall success rate of Ukraine researchers, our representation in the association, and results at the moment. The Ukrainians can join the association actions in various ways. You can be a participant in the open action. So you go to the portal COST, the official website, you look through all actions that are accessible. In the eCOST portal, you can see all of the administrative work going on. It's delegation, submission of new proposals, making changes to your personal profile, or changes pertinent to your activity, voting, updates for participants, all of that happens in the eCost portal. So you have to register there, and then you submit a proposal to join a particular action. Ukraine is a full-blown member of COST. So you can be an applicant for new projects. So you can apply on behalf of the institution registered in the country, or you can apply as a secondary proposer. And thus you can join the actions that are going to be run by other countries. And again, all of that happens through the eCost portal. Ukrainians may also be involved as experts evaluating proposals that have been submitted. Saloma has just told us that they have finished the call for proposals back on the 21st of October for 2025. But pretty soon, they're going to open the call for 2026. So follow the updates. Ukrainian researchers through eCost can validate their research background, and they may choose to become experts, which can do evaluation, they can do the scoring, and you can be paid for doing that for each expert report that you're going to make. So let's look at the functions. In order to find actions, you're going to have to go to the COST website. The interface allows you to filter actions. Well, the colleagues has just previously told us about that. Actions are cross-sectoral as a rule, and they address a wide spectrum of sectoral research. So you can do the filtering by indicating a few areas of your scientific interests that you would like to join. You could do joint research there, or do networking or academic mobility. You're welcome to review all of the actions that have been in the association so far. So you're welcome to indicate that you're interested in the running action, for example, so that after the search, you're going to be able to find the actions you can still join. It might be a very interesting resource because closed actions always offer the report of progress that has been done over 4 years. So you can read that and see how particular actions have been fulfilled and what was the upshot of that. There might have been some cross-sectoral or Europe-wide actions that have been completed, and you can read what was the upshot of that. You're also welcome to check out the MOU on COST, and it offers more detail on the goals that a particular action pursues over 4 years, which sectors and industries that are covered, what's the overall goal, what's the subject of a particular research, and in those functions, you're going to be able to find the action you're interested in. You open it, and here in the action details, you can click on that, and in PDF format, you will see an overall document that describes the activities of the project. If you have got questions, so you're into minds or would like to learn more about each particular action, then you're welcome to proceed to the management committee or main contact persons. You may also check with the chairs of working groups. I think you're going to be well advised to get in touch with the action chairs, action leads, in order to put your questions to them before joining an action. That's how you're going to learn more about which working group would be the best one for you for the next 4 years within a particular action. You're also welcome to check the length of the action. Some of that may have started 4 years ago and is nearing its end. Other actions have only just gotten started or are about to. So you better join them while they're still young, and that's gonna help you contribute more to that action. This is what you can gain depending on the role in which you have joined the action. You might become a member of the management committee, which allows you to join the management of the action. And that's a good experience that allows you to see how it all works on the inside. And then you can implement that within your proposal if you're interested in cooperation with consortiums of partners. Maybe you will be floating new ideas. You can vote for new members or for administrative matters that are relevant to funding or determining action plans for each working year. You will also take part in the meetings of the action, and you will accept the results of research. As a working group participant, well, each member of the management committee has also to be a member of the working group. So in working groups, they do the real work, the real research. All research is cross-sectoral. So in each working group, you can get more about that and work with researchers from other sectors. They might use different methodologies. They might have a different background and experience in empirical validation and other kinds of validation in projects. So this will allow you to gain more field experience in addressing particular key challenges faced by science today. You may also become a participant in the action. You might become part of short-term scientific missions. You might file in a grant to participate in sectoral conferences. You can join training sessions or workshops. They might be organized exclusively by the action participants. That's going to be exclusively for the action participants or for networking, which contributes to implementing research. You're welcome to get more on the activity plans that are found in the MOUs. You can find it here in the page of each action. The interface is the same, so you will definitely find that document. You may be an applicant for a new project. On the 21st, they finished a call for proposals for 2025. We're happy to report that there have been 4 Ukrainian researchers that applied for new projects. Last year, there was only 1. So things are looking up, and hopefully next year there's going to be more. And they will be able to get funding to contribute to the domestic science through cost. So how can you submit to that? If you apply for a new project, you have to go to the ECOS system, and that's where you get the project synopsis and the technical addendum, which carries a description of research. A financial project implementation plan is not supposed to be submitted at this point. At this point, you have to share your idea of the upcoming research. You gotta be focused on research and technology advantages, solutions. It may be something that's gonna help make a breakthrough research. Maybe it's a cross-sectoral subject matter. So sometimes you have to assemble a multi-sectoral team in order to cover a global research like that. And also networking is another option. So you may invite researchers from other countries of Europe in order to pursue a single goal, which is to do the research of multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary nature. An applicant might be primary or secondary. The primary proposer is the one that is supposed to moderate funding for all 4 years, and they will be the key beneficiary for the section. Secondary proposers need to have 7 countries in the consortium at the point of submission, and then after 4 years, there's going to be more than that. For submission, you gotta have at least 7 countries, so at least 6 secondary proposers. Ukraine is on the list of ITC, inclusiveness target countries. The countries that haven't done big in their cost participation, so not too many participants have been seen taking part in this from those countries. So in each application proposal, there should be a quota of representatives from the REC countries. So Ukrainians have got a competitive edge in this regard. They can make sure there's going to be more applicants from this country. We are on this list right now, so Ukrainian applicants, or rather ITCs, should be featured by every proposal. You get 125,000 euro for year 1 of the action, and then over the next 3 years, you get 150,000 euro every year. And that's not a fixed amount. It actually depends on the action plan and the absorption plan that's going to be submitted once certain actions have been undertaken and evaluated. depending on the proposal, the budget for implementation might be adjusted for. It can be made smaller or bigger. Again, let's go back to the participation of Ukrainian participants. In 2025, the total number of proposals is 1,090. Last year, it was 900 plus. So the activity in the association is growing, and last year we had 41 countries. This year is 42. One more has joined COST. Last year, the same countries were the leaders. There was no change there, but you can see the growing number of proposals from Italy, 110, from UK, 109, and from Spain, 96. From Ukraine, there have been 4. Hopefully there's gonna be more. And over the next 4 years, there will be 4 teams implementing their research. This diagram also shows the number of applicants that submitted their proposals and how many proposals came from them. There is also a breakdown by sectors. The overall trend remains pretty much the same. In subsequent years, you will be able to see in which sectors do you get the highest competition and in which sectors there is less competition because they are less covered than others. Cross-sectoral research is in focus in the association, so there are proposals that cover more than one sectors of science. All of that is determined in cost, so you can think of blending together various vectors within particular research. There's an evaluation schedule. It changes every year. It's a matter of a few days or weeks. The overall structure is the same. If you submit a proposal on the 21st of October, let's see when they're gonna get evaluated. There's an independent evaluation in the eCost system. If you register as an outside expert, you can get a proposal for evaluation if it matches your background. In early January and there are some sectoral experts that start doing it from mid-February to early March. This year, in March, there's going to be a meeting of the special commission, and that's where they're going to decide who's going to be selected by the management committee. In May 2026, the COST scientific committee will do the selection, and then they're going to designate particular incumbents, which will also happen in May 2026. You're welcome to follow the QR code that you can see in the screen, and you can sign up as experts. The applications are being evaluated these days, so it's a cool opportunity. If you want to have an idea of other creative options, that match your research interest, then you can go ahead and do that. As experts, you can get paid for your expert contribution during evaluation. So experts evaluate new proposals as well as project results and outputs. Since 2022, 164,000 euro worth of total project. There have been 148 projects involving Ukrainians. That's 53% of the total of projects that are implemented. The chairs of implementing committees are 108 people. 352 people are members of working groups. You're welcome to join in. You will represent the Ukraine research community in the association. That's going to be good for your career development. If you have questions, you're welcome to check with Oksana Berezhna, the national cost focal point. We're going to be more than happy to offer advice to you. So get in touch with us and we're going to tell you more about cost. So with this, let's have it from the ones who have been there and they have been able to discover career development options, establish new partnerships. So let's get exposed to some success stories. The Ukrainian researchers will tell us why cost is of interest, and it's pretty simple, and it is also something quite ambitious. Let's have it from Victoria Wojciechowska, the candidate of economic science, associate professor of the Lviv Polytechnical Institute, a member of Cost Action. CA 22134 and 23129. I guess you will tell us what is that about, what's behind those codes. Hello, I'm happy to welcome you all. I'd like to thank the National Focal Point for its support and explanations. I have joined Cost Action a couple of years ago. It was CA 22134. This year, a couple of days ago, we worked with La Sapienza University, and my university joined the proposal. We aided in drafting it. We're one of the 12 proposers. Hopefully, we're gonna win and gain funding. So it is indeed a good initiative, allowing domestic researchers to go one level up in terms of cooperation in science and all that it implies. In July, I attended a short scientific mission I want to show one slide. I'm going to talk about the experience of participating in short-term scientific missions, participating in conferences. It opens up new opportunities. You can think of new projects for ECOST and the Horizon. It was a short-term scientific mission. It was about research into propagation of knowledge, to reduce the amount of household waste. We looked into the circular economy, like industrial symbiosis, and we tried to see what are the ways of reducing the amount of household waste. The idea is to reuse particular products, organic waste in particular. But there are lots of other subjects to address. I don't think you gotta focus on just one. The cost action lead is somebody who has got relevant experience, and then conferences and events are very transparent and more efficient. Another action, 23.129, it's about research and practices related to peace. There are various working groups from various parts of the world. Ukraine is important for that research because it's about building lasting peace. So the action began last year, but in year one, the budget is smaller. Nevertheless, you better join the action as early as possible. Otherwise, you're gonna lose some of the activities. And that's how it is in any other project. It is so good if you can join any cost action. So still you can try and join it and get in touch with the national coordinator if any. Since the war began, in the portal, you can see the Ukrainian coordinators and participants. That was the requirement from the researchers when the war started. You can get in touch with the national coordinators. They receive feedback from the participants. And there are colleagues working with me which cannot go abroad. They work in our department, but they help with publications and online meetings. Even if somebody cannot travel physically, we can still do it. Sometimes an event is organized for a couple of days and it's happening someplace far away. So in 9 cases out of 10, there is a way to join the proceedings through the hybrid format. And that's how you can report your research results. I have been happy with this cooperation going on with national focal points and international partners. We have submitted joint articles. I have attended conferences. We submitted one project to Horizon Europe earlier this year, thanks to scientific networking. There are lots of unhandled issues, but I think it depends on the internal policy in the university. In this country, the university policy may not be in line with the policy of foreign universities. It might be just a matter of bureaucracy and the obstacles of that kind, but I'm hopeful we're going to overcome that somehow. Alrighty, so you're welcome to write me, email me if you have a question or anything. And I have been honored to join your conference. So any further interaction is welcome. Thank you very much, Victoria, for your time and for your contribution. In spite of being on a business trip, you have been able to join and share your practices and experience with Ukrainian participants. And thank you for highlighting an important thing about networking. And you have explained how can it help you join programs like Horizon, and actually through COST, these opportunities are there for you. The next one who will be talking is Alexey Taruta, candidate of technical scientist, associate professor, deputy director of NNE Computer Science and AI, Kharkov National University, aka Karazin University. He also serves on the working group 24-121. So let's have it from you, Mr. Taruta. Tell us what you're doing. Thanks to COST. Hello, everybody. I'd like to thank Maria and Oksana for what they do, organizing COST action and all that it implies. Today, I'm not going to be showing slides. Today, we're conducting a kickoff meeting of one of the projects, 24-112. It's about combining graphs of knowledge and linguistic models. That's the research that I do. The meeting is in progress, so I took some time off and joined your conference in order to tell you what I would do in COST. So maybe you will feel like joining COST projects. I'll speak about my scientific career, how did that help, then what are the options out there for you, and maybe you will see which way to go. Since 2018, I have dealt with COST actions. Back then, the country was not a full-blown partner, but still there was a certain way of joining COST. I have been able to take part in the consortium featuring 24 countries. There have been many participants from European or global levels. And those meetings have been a great deal of inspiration to me. And they allowed me to see what's going to happen in a year or two. In that consortium, we addressed generative AI, transformers, GPT models. We did that before the GPT chat has become a big deal. So I attended schools as an attendee. So they organized some schools under the projects, and I was able to take part in the contest and to learn something. Then I took part in the short-term scientific mission. I went to our partners. We did joint research. Let me tell you about the report and forum in this short-term mission. It's based on high-profile publications that are done jointly with other participants in this research. And that's quite a problem for universities. It's about producing a publication for the quartile 1 or 2. It should be reviewed, it should be a quality product. But in the cost action, that's what you're supposed to do, and it's not difficult to do it. And then I started teaching in schools, and I took part in one more scientific mission. My research expertise has been in demand. In this country, they're trying to set up a big linguistic model that should be working in Ukrainian. There are models that generate images, but not all of them can do this in Ukrainian. But the ones that can do it are too expensive. Our business works with AI systems, and we need these linguistic models in Ukrainian. So my expertise came in handy. I joined the technical committee and I offer advice to Digital Transformation Ministry. I tell them what I think should be done to succeed in this. So we have been able to produce quality publications. I teamed up with partners to submit projects, and we discussed certain subjects which succeeded later on through projects. And that's the way to go. Now, speaking of organizational things, as Victoria said, cost projects offer tremendous opportunities. I live in Ukraine all the time, but now I'm in Brussels attending the kickoff meeting. If you take part in the cost action, you can actually cross the border and attend the meeting, but you're supposed to come back. Throughout the war, I have been able to make 10 visits, all short-term. In cost actions, there's minimum bureaucracy. I've had experience working in national and European projects, so reporting and explanation is done so well here. You enjoy working with administration like that. Now, speaking of opportunities, how can you see what you can get from cost action? You go by the project number, you check out the MOU, and that's where you can see all of the activities in the penultimate page. You can see an action plan. It is something that is discussed, and then you have to follow it. And that's how it works inside a project. You can see what it carries, and each cost action project envisions training sessions, schools. If you're a young researcher, you can submit as participant. Each cost project features short-term scientific missions. You can check with partners, you can go to them to do research. In my case, research can be done distantly, but if your research area requires special hardware, special gizmo, and special facilities that are missing in your country, then these projects will be very useful to you. Marie Skłodowska-Curie offers a horizon, but you gotta team up with partners. You have to submit an application, and then it might win, which will allow you to do research. In Cost Action, you join in, and then you can communicate with partners right away. In Cost Action, you're not paid if you do a visit. You can get reimbursed for lodging and travel. So financially, there are limits, but still everything works so quickly and accessibly. So I recommend that you take part in this. There are countries where innovation incidence is below the Europe's average, ITC countries. If you submit an article to the conference, you're going to do a presentation, and that conference matches a particular cost action, you can get reimbursed for your participation in the conference. There's a budget for that in all cost actions. And the cost action will be interested in paying you for your travel because you will speak for the project that you do out there. The sooner you're going to get involved, the better. Ideally, if you took part in drafting the proposal and then it wins and you join in, that's the best way to go. If somebody else did that and there was nobody from Ukraine, you can still check with the National Contact Center. You can get nominated for that proposal and you still will be able to make it to the kickoff meeting. All right, that's about the size of it. I'm sharing my post on Facebook, which is saying that I'm taking part in this event. So give me a like if you like this. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Although you're on business trip, you have been able to join us live from the headquarters of COST. I really appreciate that. You shared your insights and experiences. You have been in this for a number of years. And with this, let's speak with one more representative of the Ukrainian research community who is actively using cost actions. Anastasia Babintsova, professor of the pediatric department, neonatology, perinatal medicine, Bukovina National University, a doctor of medicine, a member of one of the cost action 22114. Hello, everybody. I'm happy to join this beautiful community. I'm speaking last as far as I can see. Wouldn't have a vast experience participating in cost actions. But last year we have been on it, and in the university, there is an innovative development center. We're trying to spread word about various granting opportunities for our staff. That includes cost actions. I'm involved in 22113 action. The idea is to do networking and to improve or aid in improving the system, the policy. It's about helping people experiencing perinatal stress. And that's my professional interest, because within our individual efforts and research, we'll look into that too. Nowadays, there are particular signs of stress, mostly caused by the war. Together with me, there is a young researcher that has joined the cause. We also checked with the management committee. I serve on the management committee already. Through one cost action, I have been able to take part in this online. It was the meeting of the working group in Tirana, Albania. I also shared some experience which was unusual to me. At that meeting, there was a presentation about the effects of the perinatal stress on the motherhood in the country. There was no authorship from Ukrainian participants, but the author used open data from the open databases of Ukrainian statistical resources, and based on the open data found in the country, they made a presentation. But this action is not over yet, so we're going to be able to present more updates on perinatal stress in the country, which have been collected by domestic participants as they spoke with pregnant women, women that have delivered in this country in the times of war. We have an active partner from the epidemiology department. She joined one of the actions, which is about networking for experts that address diseases caused by myths and ticks. One of the actions envisions visits to the meetings of working groups in Romania, in Cluj city. Unfortunately, for family reasons, there was no way to immediately attend the meeting offline. But that's not a problem, even for a man. So a cost invitation is something that allows us to go abroad, even for a man. There is another action, 22108, and this one seeks to broaden the networking. And this time it's about the diseases that are caused by wild forms of malaria. Right now, it is a part of the working group, but we want for this guy to actually become a member of the management committee. And recently, Vasily Sarahan has joined a new action, which started on the 29th of September of this year. So it's a very recent action indeed. He serves on the working group and has been nominated to serve on the management committee. Hopefully it's going to be okayed. And this is a recent action, as I said, so there is a good chance to join the management committee. Another staffer of ours, Margarita Andrushak, she joined the Action 23142. It addresses the diseases caused by pneumocystis. We have just submitted her candidacy to the working group. Hopefully she will be able to join. This section will be running for quite some time. Hopefully she will be able to join all the relevant activities. There's a colleague from the Department of Physiatry and Pulmonology, Igor. He's involved in Action 21164. It's about helping people with TB. To us, it's quite an important subject. So one of the actions envisions an online meeting which happened back in September. It was the meeting of the working group. There has been some good communication going there. And there was a way to plan on subsequent involvement within the section. The chair of gynecology department and pharmacology department have been able to join another action 21117 to look into the immune reactions or responses in people that suffer from Parkinson's disease. We haven't been the primary proposer yet. We agreed to be the secondary proposer so far. We have been able to submit 2 actions. 3 days ago, we registered for the action which seeks to build networking to standardize and improve neonatal and pediatric access, vascular access. And the second action is also about networking, but this time it's about improved service for children that have been born ahead of schedule. It's about improving the policy of service for those babies. We're proud of being part of this section. We actually initiated that. We drafted a proposal. It was modified by the primary proposer because they have the relevant background. They know how to write big project proposals. He's the one working in the Horizon project, and that's been quite a great experience. You can see how these proposals are drafted, how they get modified, improved. Then you can see how it looked like initially and how it looks like in the end of it, and then it gets submitted. Our primary proposer is Italian, one of the leader countries in cost action. So we keep our fingers crossed. Maybe we're gonna get our way and then we're gonna be able to do a lot more. All right, thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Anastasia, as well, for sharing all of this with us. Thank you for your time. And your active participation is appreciated in cost, and I can see you have been able to submit new proposals in order to unlock new opportunities for domestic researchers. All right, guys, with this, we are completing the information day of cost. Would like to thank you for being with us once again. It is important to keep doing international networking, establishing ties and relations. So you're welcome to join Cost Actions. Your proposals are more than welcome. Please find opportunities for yourselves in order to strengthen domestic science. I'd like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to join the conference and to present our tools here. So I'd like to turn back over to Sophia. Okay, in the Q&A session, there was a question about the age limits and cost. There are no age limits at all. People with various backgrounds are welcome to join cost actions. There may be people from private institutions which operate in research-intense sectors of economy, so there are no age limits. A cost expert can only be someone which has got PhD. So you gotta have diploma and a certain degree. And the members of management committees may also be the people who have had some achievements in a particular sector. But as for the working groups, there are no limits, and everybody can join training sessions, summer schools, expert sessions. There are no age limits at all. All right, thank you very much indeed for this panel and the info days that you do every time in our conference. Thanks to the Ministry for co-organizing this event. I'd like to thank the technical team and the partners that organized all of this for us in Zoom. And I'd like to turn over to our director of the State Science and Technology Library, Alla Zhernova, for the closing remarks. Thank you, Sophia and Maria and everybody. I have been happy to join today's panel of yours. I'd like to thank all of the presenters, the Ministry of Education and Science, the Association of Libraries, everybody else who has contributed to this conference. We're going through trying times and everybody has got some problems to address, but I have been so happy to see that over the 2 days of the conference, there haven't been any issues. All presenters were there. Everybody has been able to speak. Everybody has found a way to do their presentations. Alexander Himich from the National Academy of Science had to go to some other place in order to do a presentation at the conference online. So if you think of the 2 days of the conference we have just had, I indeed very much appreciate participation of everyone, and this conference becomes a real deal. It's a powerful tool. So thank you all for contributing to this cause, and you really matter to us. You are the ones that contribute to open science, and that's the right way to go. I wish all of you peaceful nights and days. And be safe, you all. Thank you, dear colleagues, fellow colleagues, the ones that have been working with us, and also thanks to international institutions helping us along. So I'd like to thank you all and Godspeed to you. Thank you, Sophia. So with this, we discontinue the proceedings of the conference and waiting for the 5th one.